which so there's not like plastic in anything we really use, right?
Mhm.
And I think what happened is whoever it was like a spicy Italian, and what we do with like our spicy Italians is we cut like all the meat prior, and we just kind of wrap it up and measure it as 4 ounces because a spicy Italian is like 2 slices of mortadella, 4 slices of salami, and then like 10, 12 pepperonis. And making one of those is just so much slower than just pulling one out from like a little bin. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So I think what happened is whoever made that batch of spices didn't take off like the plastic casing around like the mortadella or the salami. So like the new boss is like trying to pin it on me that like it's my fault, but I'm like, well, hold on, definitely didn't do that because I didn't cut the spices the last time. Anyways,
Do you you make subs?
yes,
Do you watch Malad at all?
no,
Okay, he's a guy. He works. He works at Subway, and he's just really
Oh, is it the
funny.
guy that has like it's like the first person view of him making a
Yes.
sandwich and he
Yeah.
just talks about shit?
I love it. Yeah, no, he's I like him because he's really positive. He's like a really positive guy. You know, much like Cake.
I can't imagine working at Subway and being a positive guy.
luckily it's not Subway.
Facts.
I don't want to work with sugar bread and dollar store meat.
No, he did a like a crossover at Mr. Beast Burger
Oh, nice.
for whatever that's worth to anyone.
What's a Mr. Beast burger?
I don't know, some
It's Mr.
Bad.
Beast's burger chain thing. It doesn't have like an actual location. They just like rent out like pop-up kitchens basically for a brief period of time and then it goes away.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a gimmick.
Just like Mr. Beast.
I mean, at least he's doing good, or at least it seems like he's doing good things with his time.
No,
No billionaires are good.
Apparently, he's a piece of shit.
Well,
Burn all billionaires.
Great.
Anarchy.
Too much money.
eat the rich.
Anarchy pigeon.
Anarchy pigeon.
Anarchy bitch.
Whoa, oh my gosh, what a cool new profile picture that Saloon has. Whoa, that's crazy. I think they're still muted. Yeah.
I think the purple one is objectively the best one.
Thank you for noticing. I totally didn't show all of you guys earlier today when I got it.
Did you message everyone individually?
No.
No.
Versailles like no.
Yes.
What? No. Me? Never.
All right.
Yo, and guess who was the first person she told? Me, because I'm
Me.
fucking awesome.
Oh, wait. I was
Hang on,
the
hang
first
on.
one told.
No.
Because I was awake.
Actually, I think it,
You were both awake. All of you guys were awake. Not all of you guys at the same time. I was like, as it was going
I'm
on.
still awake.
I
You
never
seriously?
sleep.
Yeah, I haven't slept.
What the
Yeah, I'm
fuck?
going to sleep.
Never
after
sleep.
D&D.
Never
The grind
sleep.
don't stop.
The grind do stop. The grinds stop in like about 4 hours.
Yo, like don't sleep. She's not a nerd.
Sleep is for pussies.
Sleep is when your enemies come and get you in the back. Always stay awake. Sleep with your eyes open.
Oh, I actually do that. In fact. Times. My sister thought I was dead one time.
Yikes.
I was like little and stuff, and then like I guess my eyes were open when I was sleeping, like wide open or something, and I was like little, and she was like, Mom, I think she's dead. That's fun.
Just look like the the freeze frame of Squidward when his eyes open and they're bloodshot just for like 2 hours.
Maybe. I honestly don't recognize it when I fall asleep with my eyes open, but
Yeah, because you're asleep.
touche. They're like rolled in the back of my head or whatever, but like still. Another fun fact, I guess I slept walked like last year.
I don't sleepwalk, but Justin can confirm this. I talk in my sleep.
Oh yeah, yeah, she does.
Hey,
Like I'll have a full-on conversation with you.
Justin,
That's amazing.
she talks in her sleep.
I really
Don?
like,
Are you?
Junior.
I really
Don't
like
call me
the word for sleepwalking.
What is that?
Somnambula.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, that sounds cool.
That's a good one.
I know of doing it once. But like the same week I found out about that, I was taking like a psychology course. And then they were like, yeah, so some sleepwalkers like kill their whole families or whatever.
What?
I was like, wait, what? Yeah.
I think that's just people pretending. Oh god,
There is-
how did I stab her 17 times? Oh my
Oh,
god.
whoa! How did this gun end up in my hand? Whoa!
I shot 4 times, the gunshots didn't wake me up. Oh god.
I'm just a heavy sleeper. What can I say?
Yeah, some dude like actually killed his whole family sleepwalking.
Can you believe I got the poison darts and I loaded my blowgun and it happened 4 times.
Oh,
I don't know.
I don't
how
really
the
remember
chainsaw
what
just
store it
turned
was.
on.
I mean, as far as I know, the Molotov cocktail lit itself.
Like the
It was like
instant-
this when I got here.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
I sleep drove to the store and I bought a hatchet and I sleep drove back and I don't know what happened.
You got like a morning star. Somehow you were sleepwalking with it.
Yo, I mean, like,
Break
we
into
joke
someone's house.
about this, right? But, like, yo, people on Ambien do this all the fucking time.
It also can make you
I'll be back.
racist.
You said what?
It also can make you racist.
Good to know.
No,
I-
that was Roseanne's excuse.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I stopped taking Ambien when I woke up in the driver's seat of my mom's car.
What the fuck?
With the keys.
Jesus Christ.
I was gonna go for a drive.
It's just gonna go around the block, man.
And she was only 8 at the time.
Oh my god.
No, I was like 10, but
I know.
We ready?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Guess who didn't write a recap?
You.
I mean, to be fair, all of us.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Last week,
you know, I wrote a recap.
did you?
No.
I'm back.
Good. Last week, where we left off, the party was in the amphitheater of Bruneth in Altair, in the city of Altair, where they were watching the rest of the evening's entertainment unfold. First up were the Blessed Balladeers, a troupe of performers who claimed to hail from Gion, and among them was a former party member by the name of Kanak Kanan, who had a very
I don't know if we can classify him as a party member.
Air
former
quotes.
a former associate of the party, Kanak Kanan, who had a very impressive act which centered around dragon magic, dragonfire magic.
Dragging these nuts.
Nice.
Wow, got him. And then what happened? And then after that, the harbor master Zilbar Zickelmickel arrived and announced that the notorious pirate Ren Varro had been captured and was on trial under penalty of death for privateering and general piracy and pillaging. And also, I don't know if anybody noticed, but Zilbar incorrectly attributed him as the first mate of the Sunder because they didn't have. Yeah, they had some fake news mixed in there.
Ren's like, I was the lookout. Fuck me.
Yeah, I know. He was joined by the first Spear of Hannon, Safeguard, as his second. And together, the two of them vanquished two of the champion of the amphitheater, a wood elf by the name of Vecnan. Two of his team were vanquished. And Ren, with the killing blow, Ren cleared his name of the privateering charges.
With legal murder.
Yes, and his
Ren did,
in
what
this
is it?
in
Ren
this
did fucking kill her.
well, he killed
I know.
Wiggles.
No, Safeguard killed the other guy.
Yeah, that's right.
With accessory to legal murder. Because I care.
And then what happened next? You won't believe. As Ren's past caught up to him, he was able to clear his name, and from there, the Prince Sovathir, the Sigil Hail of Altair, the Sigil Hail of Kael'Aqua Cape, welcomed unexpectedly the leader of the Altari government and the head of the court of Xanar, Sapiar Kaladwen, a very old high elf who appeared and gave seemingly a message from the curator as a strange arcane dome known as a mythal was erected over the entire countryside, seemingly from horizon to horizon. The party, a little bit alarmed by this, decided to make a speedy getaway from the town, bidding farewell, not looking to get wrapped up in any complex politics, wisely, made their way back to the Magric, where Halamath and Evangeline and Adney, Rhaegrim, Brilwyn, and the rest of the crew were waiting, prepared to go. The party took a long rest, and in the morning, some guards arrived questioning a break-in at the harbor master's house. Apparently someone had broken his window and rummaged around his office, and they were looking for witnesses, of which none were forthcoming. Am I missing anything in Altair before we boarded the ship?
Not I can remember.
Excellent. Meanwhile, and I'm not trying to attract too much attention to this, but meanwhile, Saloon did explore on her own a little bit and followed a strange creature into a dark alley. And when she returned again, the party was not fleeing, but they were making their way quickly back to the ship, where everyone was waiting. In the morning, as I said, they were approached by the police, and I believe Ren got his new suit of clothes, which was great. And everybody boarded the ship, and they left the port of Erisarine behind them and took to the open water. Approaching the horizon, they were surprised to find that they could pass through the strange field, and looking behind them, due to some unknown powerful magics, the coastline of Altair had disappeared. And we pick up on the ship as we are heading towards Hannon. Brilwyn would actually approach. Where is Brilwyn? Ren, are you on the front of the deck of the ship?
I mean, yeah, if we left off where he was, Ren's, he's helping handle ship's business, and he's also spending some time meditating and stuff.
Yes, Brilwyn would call to you. Ren!
Yes, Captain?
She would say, where's my map? I do have a new map, but I haven't finished it yet. She would say, heading. We can make our way. We can sort of take a little bit of a longer route around this way, which will take a little bit longer if you're trying to get to Provost. Or she'd say we can cut through the Bay of Mist, which takes us within sight of Aaronsport. And there have been reports of a fleet patrolling those waters, looking for other ships to harass. So, what do you think? Sure, you could talk it over with your friends if you like.
What kind of fleet?
Well, I haven't gotten much in the way of reliable information, but there's been reports that some of the clans from Vanderroel and Gion who were helping attack Hollis in Altair, that they do have a small fleet, and they're patrolling about under orders of the Vigilant.
Our ship isn't exactly combat ready.
Looking around, you would notice that it does have some armaments, but it's certainly not a ship of the line.
I mean, in a one-on-one, as long as we can avoid their cannon fire and manage to board them, I think we would do just fine. But that's not an easy feat.
But couldn't you kick some of those shiny bolts at them? How do you do that?
Magic. Yeah, they only got about 30 feet.
And this one here, gesturing to Versailles, and I'm told she's quite good with a bow. Could come in handy.
Can do better than 30 feet, that's for sure. But an archer can only do so much against a cannon.
Well, it only takes one arrow to disable the cannoneer, but I see your point.
And what's our other option?
The other option is it will take a couple of days longer, but we can make a nice wide journey to the south. The waters get a little icy down there, but we can come up past Belican Isle and approach Provost from here.
So, DM, what's the total travel time for the both paths? Anticipate.
Yeah, I feel like the way through the Sea of Mist would take about 3 days or so, and the long way around would take probably 5 or 6. And just so we're clear, I'm not planning on RPing each day for a session.
Yeah.
We'd zip a bit, of course. But
This Ren would bring it to everyone's attention, the possibilities, and ask for votes.
Well, before I cast my vote, do we have the ability to fly friendly colors, at least to not arouse suspicion, or that not be a good idea?
I'm looking up something. I'll be right with you.
Okay.
Okay, so we have 2 routes, but we have a third. What if we went all the way around Old Vanador? I just thought of it. I'm like, hey, it could take a really, really long time, but we could do it.
Like this?
What if we sail through the island?
Yeah,
We turn
it
on
is canon that there are airships, so we could just fly over top of it.
We'll do the Holdo maneuver, and we'll go right through.
We should have stolen an airship that none of us know how to fly.
Yep.
Let's turn around.
I'll turn into a giant eagle and fly us there.
That's what they should have done in Lord of the Rings.
That's what they should have done in Lord of the Rings.
I should have just used the eagle. But yeah, so is it possible that we have the ability to fly like friendly colors, or is that probably not going to do any good? Assuming we could even do that.
Brilwyn would offer. She'd say, "Well, I think I could fashion something together to appear that we were with the gold anvils. It's possible." And you might remember that Brilwyn's uncle was the chief of the Hardmaster clan, clan of dwarves, and then there was an opposing faction called the Gold Anvils, who was more closely allied with the Vigilant.
Gotcha. So it is possible, but it is not a guarantee that it would alleviate us. At least means, or at the very least, it would mean they will not fire upon our vessel immediately.
True.
As much as I would want to take the faster route, I think safety is key with this. I vote go around. Any objections?
Your mother.
Well, oh, zing!
Unless your mother
Got a real jokester. Well, wouldn't going through the sea of mist just be shorter and quicker?
It is, but it is also more dangerous. We have enemy ships supposedly patrolling those waters.
Well, what if we just disguise the ship?
That's why I asked about the colors, but...
it was good.
Wow.
Oh, ahead.
What I think B is absolutely correct. I was about to ask myself, Brilwin, are they harassing merchant ships or anything else, or they're looking for specifically military?
They are checking papers, manifests, the crew lists, passenger lists, things like that. But they don't have the numbers to shut down trade, of course. I think they're just doing some harassment.
Do we have manifest and crew lists? Any of that? We kind of got out there fast.
We'd have to ask. Erelaya might have that.
Hey, C word. No, he doesn't say that.
Jeez.
Aggressive.
Well, we can see.
Oh my god.
I mean, if ships are alone and that's what they're doing, and they're not just gonna attack us right away, and if we're already in boarding distance, I mean, then it's pretty easy to board their boat.
Mm-hmm. I've never been one to shy away from a fight.
If that's what's likely to happen, I think we'd be fine to go that way. But if they decide to shoot first, we'd be in big trouble.
Ren, you'd notice that Adney has come up from below deck.
I haven't talked to you in 2 days.
Like it feels like a week. She'd say, I was listening to the end of that. If you'll forgive me, and I think we need to get to my mother with all due haste. But if it's an issue of there's a strong danger, then of course I'll defer. This song this is really throwing me off.
So, Adney, you would feel better going up the long way?
Well, I do think that every day counts. We did hear that the abbot was planning an assault on Provost, but we don't know. We don't have any details. So I think it's a gamble either way.
We have a full crew, and we don't exactly have any cargo, but we'd have to come up with a very convincing story if they were to stop and frisk us on the seas. If it were.
Simply mercenaries.
The first thing we should say is that our destination is Gion, and not Provost.
Yes. I think that is for the best.
As much as I wouldn't look forward to conflict, I think the quicker route is the better choice.
Agreed.
You see that Adney breathes a sigh of relief. And Brillin would say, then our heading is...
Sea of Mist, then, if I'm correct.
She smiles and nods, and she says, hard to starboard! And they spin the wheel, and the ship was heading kind of due south, begins hugging the coast of Altair a bit, heading towards the Bay of Mist.
If we are to be boarded, considering we have at least as far as the Vigilant are concerned, 2 persons of interest on board, I think the best that if it were to happen, that they find a suitable hiding place below decks. And out of character, I'm speaking about Adney and Evangeline.
Yes.
So,
Well,
because
a couple.
if people are looking for them, they will recognize them.
Yeah. Well, you and I are also potentially people of interest.
Then keep a wide berth. Like stay out of sight. And
I can be up in the crow's nest. I won't be recognized from up there, and if something does happen, I can leap into action, just like I used to.
very well. Means we'll have to rely
They won't
on,
lay a finger on me. I might be worth a pretty penny, though.
That's true. You're not exactly inconspicuous either.
And you have a reputation about you.
I'm persuasive.
It's true. There'll be no sneaking into Provost with Safeguard with us. I think your return will cause quite a stir.
That's why we lie and say we're going to Gion. I don't work for the Queen. Former Queen. Not at all.
A deception, Safeguard. It's not like you.
It's very like me. You do what you have to do to get by.
Yes.
For the greater good.
The greater good.
For the children. Excellent. So yes, the ship is proceeding along.
Trying to think. Can I talk to Ren for a second?
No.
He's
Yeah, of
amenable
course.
to a conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, been meaning to ask, what was all of that at the arena?
None of your damn business.
It was quite the show.
Well, so I told Zilbar we'd either get him his 500 gold or we do him a favor. Well, I wasn't keen on doing the favor, and when I met with Siliquin, I asked if she could take care of the docking fee. I thought she was just going to pay him. Turns out she just told him he wasn't getting his money. And he wasn't very fond of that. So he thought he might get a little clout by arresting an infamous pirate. So we happened to luck out that Mr. McGilliaris was there at the time of my arrest, and told me about an old, very rarely used option trial by combat. And I think you know I'm not the patient type, and I'm not going to wait around for trial, so...
This is good. I doubt Adney would have wanted to leave the city with you behind in a jail cell.
Certainly not. I mean, they wouldn't have been able to get me on anything. We never... the Sunder never made it this far out. They never harried the people of Halcyon.
At least not until recently.
Well, I wasn't part of that.
But they don't know that.
So, wish I had a chance for a couple last words with Zilbar, but anyway. So yeah, and I was permitted to choose a second to accompany me, and look, Headed Safeguard was there.
Well, I doubt you would have chosen me if given the chance, but nonetheless, as far as I am concerned, the matter of your trial is a formality as far as I am concerned.
It was a farce, and I mean, hard to blame them. The truth about what happened to the Sunder is known by very, very few, and what I've done since is known by even fewer. But I would have certainly chosen you, Octavian. So if you're good at anything, it's hitting something with the stick
That I am.
and giving annoying speeches.
Well, either way, sometimes it doesn't matter what you do in the eyes of others, so long as you can live with yourself.
I think I'm still pretty far from that, but maybe someday.
The point is that you try. You try very hard to do the right thing, and that counts for a lot.
I appreciate that, Octavian.
Well.
Celine pokes her head up. She's like, "Wait, you got in a fight?"
Yeah, what? Saloon. I saw your fight. You didn't stick around for mine?
I was looking for you.
It's just rude.
I'm sorry. I didn't see you, so I was looking for you, and then I couldn't find you, and then I saw this, and Saloon takes something from her pocket, and it's a little tiny bunny. It has a unicorn horn.
Oh my god, that's so adorable.
That rabbit has a horn.
Yeah, named him Rex. Friends now. I hope you guys don't mind.
As long as you take care of it and it does not defecate in any of our cots.
What the hell is it?
It's in. I'm gonna butcher this, but like it starts with an A. Hang on, let me look it up again.
Antelope.
It's an Almirage.
Do you know how to say it?
Almirage. If anybody wants to roll nature or arcana or something, find out.
Yes.
No,
Oh.
Ren doesn't know.
Oh, B.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh!
24.
Ho, 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 ho.
Oh,
I'm
that's
not even
Jackalope.
opened up on Roll20. Hold on.
B, you would know that this creature is an Almirage, and it is a very common animal in the Verawood, actually.
Well, this is an Almirage, and it's actually a really common animal in the... Wait, what did you say?
In the
The-
Verawood.
Where you from?
In the Verawood, thank you. Sorry.
Wait, does that
Short-term
mean you
memory.
saw these all the time?
Well, I've seen my fair share here and there.
Did you eat them?
The Lulu
Only
takes
when
her
we-
rabbit and pulls it closer.
Well, we never really went out and killed them. Only when they were dead on the ground, you know. Can't leave anything to waste. It's just gonna
Of course.
decompose anyways. You know, return
How
back
do
to
they
nature.
taste? Are they gamey? Like rabbit?
Well, I don't know what a rabbit is, but it definitely tastes strange. Kind of tastes like a raw mushroom,
Guys,
like
my
dirt.
friend, let's not eat him.
Yo, I
No,
can't.
that is
Well-
not on the table.
I won't eat it, but if it dies,
I won't
Ah.
die.
V, let her enjoy having her pet.
Even if it did die, I can't eat it.
You
It
guys
can't.
want to pet it?
No, thank you.
Okay.
If it does not bite, I will attempt to pet the creature.
Usually animals don't like me unless they're made out of metal.
I would
Um,
like to pet this creature.
Yeah, you sound like Worf.
Octavian's like, what is it, Lenny and the Bunny Rabbit?
I'd also like to give it a little pet, but my hand's pretty big. I don't want to smush it. So I'll be careful.
No, that's more like Lenny.
Oh my gosh, I've seen that. Okay, sorry.
I would
Mice
hope.
and Men, right?
I would hope you have. Like everybody's
Yeah.
read that book.
I
Like
didn't
yo,
read it until high school.
did you graduate high school? You read of Mice and Men?
Touche.
I didn't have to.
20
Fun
now.
fact: I didn't have to read of Mice and Men in high school. We had different curriculum. I had to read One Flew Over. I had to read a lot of books, but I read it on my own time.
I also had to
pretty
read
mid.
One Flew.
I almost got in trouble for laughing at the end of Mice and Men in the movie.
Oh, really?
That's so mean.
My
The way
so
it happens made me
sad.
laugh.
out of all the
Double
books that I
tap him,
had,
George!
Oh my god.
out of all the books that I had to read in high school, I know we're getting sidetracked, but I think my favorite book was The Road. I don't know if you guys have read that. It's
Dude,
very,
you're
very
so
good.
lucky.
No, The Road is awesome.
Yeah,
saw the
I never
movie.
got to read anything cool
Such
like
a good
that.
book. Cormac McCarthy.
Yeah, you know,
one's
unfortunately, I read
nuts.
a lot of Orwell in high school.
No, okay, really?
Anyways,
I rolled an
Yeah,
18
yeah,
on
we-
animal
we-
handling.
We've heard my rant about Orwell a few times.
Yeah. So I rolled an 18 on animal handling. Does the rabbit bite me?
Oh, I don't believe so. No, the rabbit would give you
Rabbit.
yes, the
Nudge.
the Almirage would give you a nice nuzzle.
I rolled a 19.
Aside from the protrusion on its head, it is soft like a normal rabbit.
Oh, and B, you give it scritches behind the ear.
Oh, it's sweet. What's its name?
Rex. I knew how to spell, I would tell you how it was spelled, but I don't know how to spell. Wait.
Sounds
I
like
don't
WRECKS. Rex.
WRECKS. Okay. That's how we spell it. And
I'm not-
Saloon
I
reaches
wa-
towards
I was
B.
gonna- I was gonna give
Goes to high
the
five.
shorter one, but that's funnier. I'm not gonna
Wow.
Wow.
Safeguard kills the rabbit.
Safeguard, what are you trying to do?
I just love to hold the rabbit.
You want to pet it?
0 and a 1.
It's going to take offense at this. It's actually going to ram you. It's going to take a few steps back, going to ram you, stabbing your armor with its horn, and it starts making a snarling sound.
You take 1d8.
Take it away from me.
Oh, and you would
Sorry,
take
I'm sorry.
four stabbing damage. I mean, piercing damage.
Stabbing damage.
Sorry.
I put it back in my pocket. Sorry.
Safeguard.
I like stabbing damage. We should say that more often.
I tell you guys, animals don't like me.
Oh, safeguard.
I'm a pet. All right, I'm a pet the rabbit. Damn, rabbit got hands.
Put the bunny back in the box.
Oh, God.
The
Oh
movie
my gosh,
before
I
it.
could totally become a bard and like just use this for my tricks and like be a magician. Already a warlock. Woohoo.
Saloon, it's funny. My mother actually had a very loyal captain named Rex, who was subservient to Lord. What was his name? Wow, that's sex when you draw a blank in the middle of a sentence. What's the other guy's? What's the guy's name? Shit. Sir Bedo Matthias, Lord Matthias. His second in command was one Commander Rex.
Oh, my bunny is named after a famous person without me knowing it?
Yes, yes. He was the captain of the Hanonian 501st.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
With Biggs and lead.
Lily doesn't understand, but she smiles.
Do we need a how about a token for the creature? I'll do that.
Oh my gosh, maybe I could have my commissioner commission this too.
So, really quick to clarify, it is just a rabbit, but with a horn on its head, right?
There's a specific rate, not race. Is it a race?
Yep.
A specific like, creature type, basically.
Yeah, it's a specific creature.
Mm-hmm.
But if I had to like
It's a small
create
beast.
a word picture in my head, it's a rabbit with a horn on its head, right?
I can send you a picture if you want.
Yes.
Or just put it in my
I think it's more like your fluffy bunny and not like your hairstyle like you get from a jackalope.
Well, because if it's a here's what I'm thinking. Fluffy bunny, right? I could theoretically summon a rabbit, and I think I could technically summon like a giant hare. What if I just summon this but enormous, right?
Oh no!
A giant rabbit with a horn.
Now B's seen one.
Oh,
And I've seen
I
a
feel
lobster.
it.
So oh wow. Perfect.
What book is this from?
to be honest, I was looking up familiars and that popped up.
Here,
So
I don't know.
I don't actually know where it's from.
Not sure what source.
Almirage. There we go. Okay.
Wait, can I summon an Almirage?
Oh, it's from. Is it from Tomb of Annihilation? I think. That's weird. Anyway.
Yeah, it is from Tomb of Annihilation. Okay, interesting.
Hmm.
It's also listed in Wild Beyond the Witchlight, part of the Carnival game.
Yeah, that's like a Fey adventure, so no wonder.
Yeah, something like that. It is a beast though, so it's not like a Fey, which is interesting.
I hate that I can technically summon an Allosaurus, but I can't summon an Almirage.
Well, it has a stat block. It's just in a different book.
Yeah, that's fair. Ooh, so close.
Saloon, guess what?
Hmm?
Here you go. You should be able to control this.
Control what?
There's a little token. There you go. I don't know if you can see on Roll20. Right below your token, there is now a token for Rex.
I don't see. Oh my gosh, he's so tiny. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it is a small creature.
Yes.
This is just very interesting. I looked up cool facts about lobsters. The first thing on the list, they eat each other. I think that's very interesting.
Do they make like lobster rolls out of each other? Or?
I don't think so, but gosh, that's so wild. That's like the first thing that they have on there.
I mean, they are delicious, so. A question for Leg. When Safeguard takes the stabby damage, does Safeguard leak anything? Any oil or?
No.
Okay.
Powered by magic.
Just curious. Excellent. So as the day goes on, it will begin to be nightfall, and you would have the yes, please.
So Ren would actually take safeguard aside.
Yes.
I never pulled out my character sheet. Well, safeguard. I mean, maybe to find a time to talk to you about this, but you remember that we found these, and he's going to pull out one of the soul coins.
Ah, those, yes.
So when we found them, you seem to know what they were. That they hold a soul in them. Do you know if there's a way for us to free it?
Maybe. Can you hand one to me?
Yes, I can. Even though you have to.
Well, I mean, like, cause I meant like, cause you were holding it up. So,
I'm goofing on you.
I already have the spell actually prepared. I just have it prepared at all times because it's useful.
Nice.
I will try and cast Remove Curse on one of the soul coins.
Oh, so you're muted. I don't know if you.
Yeah, was that it?
You're
Yeah.
muted.
No, was that the scene?
Well, I mean, we're
I
just.
mean, like, does it do anything?
Would you ask me a question?
Yes, I'm casting Remove Curse on
Oh,
a
for
soul
fuck's
coin.
sake. So I was creating tokens. Sorry. Let's see. Yes. In my head, I'm like, oh, good. They're gonna like have like a nice long scene. I can get these tokens created. So you are casting. What are you doing? You are removing the curse.
I'm casting Remove Curse on it. Is it cursed?
Well, casting a spell that removes a curse on a soul coin frees the soul trapped inside it. Yes, as you cast it, the coin would begin to actually glow, and it actually gets hot in your hand. It already felt very heavy, but the weight appears to almost quadruple for a moment before almost disappearing, and the coin in your hand becomes a cool husk, very light, almost feels a little bit hollow, as a great amount of power seems to pop out forth from it. As you would see what almost looks like a couple of wisps swirling around your current position for a moment before they disappear.
Oh, well, that's good to know.
And you have a feeling, Safeguard, that you have a feeling from Tyr that was a good act.
Throughout the rest of our trip, because Remove Curse is a 3rd level spell slot, so like, it'll take a while to get rid of all these soul coins. But like throughout our journey, I'll every morning I'll try and curse on all of them.
And when Safeguard does the first one, right? Kind of, he kind of gives him like a clap on the shoulder and a smile. And thank you. I certainly think it's the right thing to do.
Of course. Nobody deserves to have their soul imprisoned against their will. I can't imagine how torturous that is.
Yeah, sounds pretty bad. Especially to be used as, I don't know, fuel or currency.
It's
Terrible.
silly.
How many times can you remove curse?
Twice a day.
Okay.
How
So
many do you have?
I have 2 more coins,
Okay.
and I think you have the last 2.
Yeah. I can't have more than 3, right?
I think it's based on your constitution, and if you're a good aligned or something like that.
I can Google this and metagame it for Alice so he can keep doing his tokens.
I'll just like, I mean, let's say you remove curse on another one of mine, and then I'll give you the last one of mine, so you have all three, and you just mark them off on days.
A non-evil creature can carry a number of soul coins equal to or less than the con modifier without penalty. And you can carry more, but it's going to give you some drawbacks.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I just like I'll cast remove curse on like another one, and then there's only 3 left. I mean, I can hold all of them. I
Yeah.
like gun mod.
And well, now that that's taken care of, one more thing, Safeguard. I feel we have a couple people amongst us who perhaps aren't ready for war. And,
I might agree with that.
and I'm feeling that despite best judgment, they may want to partake, and I was wondering if you'd help me with some training.
I mean, sure. I'm not very handy with a sword, but
It doesn't even have to be that hands-on. I mean, if they want particular sword training, we can grab Octavian. Just mainly just, even if it's just combat readiness.
I think we should start with defense. Being able to defend yourself, especially hold a shield for yourself, means you can defend not only yourself, but your allies.
Well, my fighting was mostly rough and tumble, so proper fighting technique I'm probably not the best at.
I mean, I was built for war. It's my only purpose.
Oh. What is my purpose? You pass butter.
Oh my god.
Great.
Well, I think that'll certainly come in handy, and perhaps we should ask Octavian as well. I mean, he was the commander in an army. It's probably his thing.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, as long as he doesn't do a speech about it, I think it'd be a good idea.
Ugh. Frankly, I think he's too cocky to be that. You know, I don't buy that for a second.
I don't know. I think unrealistic confidence is a hallmark of a commander.
You're not wrong.
Maybe, but I also don't particularly understand the concept or need of confidence.
Sometimes it's the most important thing.
I guess, but I simply have a purpose, and I do it.
Not all of us are gifted a purpose. We have to muddle through and fuck up and find it on our own.
Well, it isn't that the point of human life. I mean, you guys aren't born with a purpose. I'm not even born, right? You know.
I don't know if there is a purpose to human life. It just is.
You fuck around and find out, dude.
Exactly. Let's go see if Octavian knows some drills or something. I don't know.
before we do that, we're like pulled off to the side, right?
Yeah, that's what Ren definitely want to be off on the side when they talk
Yeah.
about the soul coin.
There's something that I've been meaning to bring up to you, and frankly, I mean, I should bring it up to the whole group, but you're the one I trust the most.
It's never good, but sounds like we need to talk.
Well, no. I just think that there are things in the loop that you need to be aware of, as we are pulling into Prolos. And that's the Queen and her servants, I guess would be the word. Her loyals. Or those loyal to the Queen, I guess. Are part of an order. That name is thrown around a little bit, but it's merely a myth. But it's real. That being the Black Veil. And I would appreciate, I would love your initiation into this, if that's something that you're okay with. Otherwise, if that's not something that you're interested in, honorarily, I will treat you as a member.
Alice, who was it? Alice that I'm sorry, not Alice. Adney that talked about the Black Veil to the party,
Oh,
or was it in one of those newspapers?
let me double check.
Because I know Ren's heard of it.
Yeah.
I say Ren's heard of it, but doesn't know. I knows it's like a network of communication, but that's as much as Ren knows, I think.
Well, Ren, you would probably be able to either suss out or it was not in the paper. I didn't think they put that in the paper. I don't know that Adney mentioned it either. I don't know. Maybe she did. But who was the guy?
Lambless?
Yeah, Lambless and Candle. Yeah.
You would have heard it either from Candle or from your backstory.
Yeah, but yeah, right. It's worth knowing, Ren, that when Jinpa sent you originally to Halcyon, he might have referred to the Order of the Vine, which was the Queen's network of just contacts, trade contacts, things like that. But then obviously after her husband was killed, murdered, she's in mourning, and she renamed it Order of the Black Veil to represent trying to find the truth of what happened to the King of Hanan. I don't know. Safeguard, you would know all of that. I'm not sure how much Ren specifically knew, but there it is.
Yeah, I mean, I'd also I'd run you down on the history lesson of what it is, how it's formed, and the purpose it serves today.
There's no question my willingness and eagerness to help the Queen. And I imagine in some form, Master Tiogo is involved. I mean, she told him, and he sent me. I don't know about. I'm still getting used to being part of a group. I don't know exactly what the initiation entails.
Well, really that'll be up to the Queen. But frankly, I think earning the trust of me is just more than enough.
I do look forward to finally meeting her. And I guess I can speak to her when it becomes time.
Ren, you sort of met.
Yeah, but not face-to-face conversation.
Right.
She is a lovely lady.
She's strong.
Very. Even more so now.
Sorry, I'm recovering. I've been gobbling up some hot nerds. I like the phrasing of that. I got jalapeno candy that's essentially like jalapeno nerds, and they're built up a little bit.
Sounds like a healthy option. Just fucking with you. I'm eating Cheetos. I can't talk.
Yo, I'm snacking on nothing, and I'm drinking my fucking carbonated, not sugar water.
Honestly, it's better than nerds because like nerds, you eat the whole thing. This like 20 pieces, and you're like, oh boy.
A built-in speed limit.
And this is just the jalapeno. I got Carolina Reaper too.
Oh Jesus!
Can't do it.
Anyways,
Pussies.
Whoa.
I did the last dab.
dude, I'm gonna do the one chip challenge.
It's still not even the hottest thing I've ever eaten. I've shown you the hottest thing I've ever eaten.
Oh, probably.
Hey, now hold on.
What are we holding on for?
Nope. No, nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
I'd say it's something I can certainly consider. Ultimately, I'm here to serve Jinpa's goals. So that he is doing that at the request of your queen. So everything I do is for her right now.
Of course. Well, and I imagine, you know what, when this is all over, have you considered what you're going to do? Are you going to stay here, or are you going back to the Sword Coast?
I could see myself returning someday, but I would have to go back. Not right away. I would stay and make sure things are, stay the way they should. But I have to go back. If only to rub it in the faces of those fucking watchers.
I've always wanted to go to Neverwinter.
If you've earned some vacation time after all this, then I guess you could come with.
Ah, maybe.
You would have to go. The boat I'll be taking will be landing in Neverwinter, because that's the closest port to the monastery.
Neat. Frankly, I want to see what those Bahamut paladins are made of.
Did somebody say Bahamut?
Made my whole weekend. Thank you.
So, I'm not sure if Octavian would join the Black Veil. I think he has a number of oaths already in progress.
And, he has a loud mouth.
Not one for espionage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No offense to him.
I mean, he's really not good at keeping secrets. Like, we meet, like, one person, he just tells them everything.
Yeah, I'm quite aware of that. I feel like I know too much about you guys.
I mean, you certainly probably did too quickly. Although, I mean, once Adney vouched for you, that was pretty much enough.
I guess.
Shall we go speak to Octavian?
Probably.
Whip.
Something
Wanna
I can
walk-
do for the two of you?
Wanna walk up? Not getting seasick, are you?
No. Not at the moment.
Well,
I feel like you've been on boats enough in your life, Octavian, to not get seasick.
It's not something I have had to do often, but I don't know. I think I just have balance.
I mean, I don't particularly get madness, so.
You don't have a stomach, so
Or an inner ear.
that
You're
too.
right. I don't. What is an inner ear? No, I'm not. I don't.
Safeguard just has like an accelerometer. Octavian, we were hoping perhaps you could help us with something.
What might that be?
Well, not sure. We may not be heading for a war, but we're certainly heading for battles. And some people amongst us perhaps aren't quite ready for something like that. Kind of like nods his head toward Adney. I was hoping to, and anyone else that's interested, train them, get them a little more combat ready. But I don't really have the best technique. If you've seen me in fight, it's kind of a brawl, the way that I do hand-to-hand combat. And perhaps you, being a soldier commander, might be the best one suited to educate in such matters.
I suppose I can do that. Get keep everyone focused, sharp, a little bit of exercise, and some practical knowledge. I think it's a good idea.
Excellent.
Do you want to start this now, or perhaps tomorrow?
What time of day is it?
It's probably getting to be dusky.
Might as well start tomorrow.
Fair enough.
Glad to have your help with this.
Of course. I'm going to need as many good hands on this as possible.
So that's pretty much all like RP stuff I had for the boat trip.
Great.
We just wanted to do the stuff at Safeguard and then get the training started. We have like a montage moment.
Good to have a montage.
It'd be montage.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
So, whenever you were talking to Octavian, was that like just in front of everyone, or did you pull him to the side too?
I mean, it wasn't. Our team was kind of over here. We went over there. It was no. It wasn't hushed. It's a normal volume.
Hang on, I'm not looking at the map. Hang on, sorry. Never mind. I'm nowhere around you guys. I'm just gonna be like kind of funny and like put my hands there. We need every hand we can get. Haha.
I have two.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
Excellent. Should we just check in? I want to just touch base quickly with Versailles and B.
I said something.
Oh, I'm sorry, Leg.
Did you? I didn't hear you.
Hi, Leg.
Yeah, I said Octavian's name.
Yes.
Or, Commander Octavian.
Please,
As-
Octavian is just fine. In fact, I never achieved the rank of commander. So,
See, I fucking told you then.
lieutenant commander, sure, but then I was promoted to praetor. So,
So I'm from the Sword Coast. Like I know what the fuck praetor means.
it's respectable, but sort of outside of the main chain of command. But still considered high up, I guess. It's weird.
You're like, a sellsword of sorts.
No, sellsword is not an accurate term. Honor guard, perhaps. The Emperor's hands, basically.
Oh, so like me.
In a sense, yes. Much more similar to yourself. No official rank, but trusted by a high official.
I
And
mean, I
given
have
much authority on their behalf.
I mean, I have an official rank, but
Oh, I did not know.
I am the first knight of the Lady of Hanan.
My apologies. But yes, your question.
Anyways, was just going to ask. Because of this, have you managed sieges?
One of my first tests as a praetor, and I have been on the receiving end of them too at our garrison.
Fortunately, not in my area of expertise. Haven't really had trying war times.
Well, it is a lot simpler than one makes it out to be. But
I mean, as a
when the time
cavalier,
comes,
I can't imagine that my role is particularly difficult.
no, you would likely be cavalry. You would be support for the front line, or as part of a vanguard to pierce through an enemy fortification. Depends on the situation at hand.
Mm-hmm. I mean, for me, I imagine I'd probably be commanding people, but
Nothing says that you cannot do that and the other job. It is more of a you are a mounted combatant, so the additional speed and sort of force multiplier your mount gives you two distinct advantages in such a combat situation.
course.
Say an enemy is has a fortified front line, cavalry can move behind it very easily and support the infantry fighting the enemy infantry. Or you can push through a weak point in the front line to create an opening to scatter their ranks.
Adds up. It's like moving your bishop to g4.
About, yes.
I don't even know where g4
It's
is.
more think more of knight. The knight can move one space to the side yet still advance. That is the advantage of cavalry. You can move forward, but can also move forward in an advantageous position. They can skirt the line between people.
Of course. Honestly, though, I find that using the chess analogy is poor because I frankly think the knights are one of the weakest pieces.
One not to be underestimated, but any good piece is a skilled player can use every piece to their advantage.
Of course, I mean,
Depending on the enemy's strategy, certain pieces may become less relevant. Everything is all about the details when it comes to such matters of warfare.
well, I mean, I guess it makes sense that you see it on the battlefield and I see it on the chessboard. Considering, last time we played I kicked your ass.
Well, perhaps. Perhaps I'm simply rusty. But nonetheless, a defeat
Maybe.
is a defeat, and I take it graciously.
Maybe when this war thing is over we can play again.
Perhaps. But yes, in such matters, I do have a certain experience with them. Certain, I will be lending that expertise once we arrive, Provost.
Well, maybe not right away, but yeah. Anyways, I will probably see you tomorrow.
I would hope so. Don't think you will float very well if you are not on the boat.
That's what I meant. Just meant, like, I might sleep in. It's been a while since I've slept.
Understood.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Have you defragged lately?
Wait, what?
Remember how you're a robot. Over it's like, have you tried turning it off and back on again? And then I said, have you defragged lately?
Defrag? What is defrag?
Like, defrag your hard drive.
Oh, Oh. I don't know. Never had to do that because I've never fucked up my hard drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that still a thing? Because like you used to always have to do that. Now with like Windows 10 and 11, I don't think. I don't know if you have-
It's mostly because I think like one, SSDs are more popular, so you typically don't get fragmentation on them. Uh, Secondly, operating systems are much more sophisticated in how they handle writing and overwriting information.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I've never dealt with that because, like, even when I run two operating systems on a system, like, yo, I just run it on a different drive. Fuck fragmenting my drives. Like, that shit's annoying as fuck. Anyway, sorry.
So, is you guys' scene over?
I think so, unless Safeguard has anything else to add.
Nah, I left. Go to bed.
Okay.
Good night.
Go to bed.
Wait, what time is
Good
it?
night. Good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, so I mean, we said it was about dusk, which at this time of year is probably about 6 p.m. ish. The sun's getting
that time.
yeah, it's getting close to the horizon, and you're actually going to get. Let me think. From where you are, you're going to get a very nice sunset against the ocean, which will be very, very nice.
Okay, I'm gonna try to see if I can move my token.
You can't.
My gosh, I can, but I can't like actually move it. Okay, so
So what you can do, you could select it, and you can actually use the arrow keys on your keyboard to move them around on the grid.
Oh shit! Does that work? Wow,
Yeah.
that's cool.
arrow keys on the board.
Like arrow keys like on your keyboard.
Yeah, I'm trying to, but it's not going down.
Huh. That's weird. It's like,
Hmm.
Tap 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 tap. Up. Side. Yeah, it's not moving.
alright, never mind.
It's moving on my screen.
Well, that was me doing Alis.
Oh, okay.
Phrasing, sorry. That was me moving
I
Alis
did
around.
move Sulu next to B, and
Crazy.
so I go to B. I'm like B, so like I'm kind of hungry. You know how you made like soup that one day, and like we tried those peppers or whatever.
Well, yeah, of course I remember making that soup. I was actually in the process of creating some of Chef Monmo's famous banana bread. You didn't meet Monmo, but he was quite the guy. Really knew how to cook stuff really well. Showed me the wonderful world of bread. Do you know about this stuff? Oh my gosh, this stuff's nuts. Even when it's stale, you can still eat it. Crazy.
I remember you mentioning it, but like, you're making it right now. Can I help you?
Well, yeah, of course. I'm in the process of making making Chef Monmo's famous banana bread. And
Can I like roll a skills check to help you?
I believe
yeah,
you can.
roll a food check.
You can do the help
Is there a
action.
food check?
No.
Oh, I was like, wait, is there a food check? Is that health?
There's cooking
There's no
utensils, so it'd be whatever ability check you have. It would just be an ability check. Alice would pick an appropriate attribute.
Oh,
I would think Dex or Intelligence based on what, like, if they're trying to.
I'm trying to look at a character sheet. Yeah, probably intelligence would be good. What is happening right now?
That was supposed to be a celiac joke.
Oh. Why are we text RPing? Stop it.
Oh, this isn't RP. This is just conversation.
Oh, okay.
Feel free to ignore.
Oh, to be honest, I did think it was actually safeguard saying that. Not like.
Nope. Me.
Yeah, I knew that part, but then I was like, oh shit. Yeah. You mean rice?
Yeah, it doesn't have wheat in it.
Okay, okay.
It's basically half my diet.
I think that's how you say like it's over that. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, great. There you go. Now you pass basic fucking algebra.
Okay, so while Ellis does his thing,
Yeah, what am I? I'm not seeing any rolls. Were we rolling an intelligence?
I don't know what I'm rolling. Am I rolling dexterity? Am I rolling?
So is
intelligence?
B cooking? Why are there 2 Bs?
I don't know.
Cake, which B do you want? Top or left?
The one on top. Wait, what other B is there?
I'm seeing 2 Bs.
There's like 2.
I only see one.
2B or not 2?
Or not 2B. Yeah, that's the one that's moving right now is me.
Okay, yeah, I refreshed.
The other B is an
there's only
imposter, and
one.
she must be eliminated. There can only be one.
Yeah, I refreshed Ellis. There's only one B. I've seen things.
Yeah, I think Ellis is just.
Well, he deleted one of them.
Okay.
Oh, uh-huh. Sure.
Case of the Phantom Bee. Well, okay, so I think what's going on is Ellis wants to know who's cooking, and then what the role would be.
Yeah, I think we said intelligence, like a general intelligence check would be good. Now, I'll say that if B is using, like her skills from the forest, doing something with like, vegetables or something, we could do a nature check as well. Certainly.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm following a recipe.
Yeah, trying to find the best herbs, whatever.
Actually, I changed my mind. Okay, so whenever B is done, could I like sprinkle like or garnish it? That's what I mean. Then like, could I roll performance for that? Would that work?
Sure, for garnishing something, sure.
Yeah.
Raygrim's right there as well, B. It was kind of, leaning against the wall, chewing on a carrot, and spits it out and says, tell me, lass, you're going to make any real food.
Well, I was gonna make some carrot stew, but you kind of ruined one of the only good carrots we had.
Well, there's some love.
I'm just joking. It's just a joke. And she goes to like, do the whole like, haha, funny. I'm gonna like kind of push her shoulder, but she pushes him a little too hard. It's just a joke.
You want to do a strength check?
Oh yeah.
Because rolling is fun. Okay.
Oh, Tom's not that good.
Yeah, you definitely give him. I mean, he's a stout dwarf, so you give him a little shove. Looks like he's gonna go back into the wall, but he kind of catches himself and he says, "I don't know your own strength there."
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm a little stronger than I tend to be.
He'd say, there was something. I don't know if you could use it, but there was something that I picked up in the Elven City. Some of their food was rather unpalatable, but they did have some herbs, which were very good on pork, they said. And Raygrim would pull out of his pocket what looks like a small bit of wax paper, inside which appears to be some greenery, some sort of herbs. And he would put it down and say perhaps you could do something with this.
Oh, well, what is it? And I'd like to sort of investigate it. Would I roll like a nature check?
Sure.
Figure out what it is?
Oh,
I don't know if it's nature.
Sure. Oh, yes. Definitely nature. Well, or survival. But yeah, okay, yeah. With 20, yes, you would recognize it as some specific cooking herbs that are also reputed to have medicinal properties. Sort of like an herb de Provence. And Rhaegram would say, the elves told me a funny story. They said that we could use it on the pork, but they also said that they used it to take the edge off. Apparently they would roll it up in some rice paper and they would enjoy it. I'm not sure what they would do with it.
Oh, interesting. Now, did they, when they put it in that rice paper, did they eat it with the rice paper?
No, it was very strange. They would light one end on fire.
Oh, and then eat it.
And then blow it out, and then they would breathe through it.
Oh, well, rice paper could work, but, you know, we had a trick back home where I was from, where we would get an apple, and we'd carve one big hole into one side, and then create another small hole out the other, and use that. And it made all the grass that we smoked taste like apple.
Yes, that's the elves called it that as well. They said smoking grass. That's true.
Oh, well, we used actual grass. You know, it's a good way to get a lot of, I don't know, moisture into our lungs.
Yes.
But I'd love to. I could use this in a future time.
In my, I don't know amongst your people, but my people have, we've been known to smoke a pipe, but we put the leaves from the tobacco plant inside. We never had anything like this.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm loving the RPing, but I'm getting a phone call.
What is that strange thing in your pocket?
Wait.
It appears to be buzzing.
I was so caught off guard because, like, I was like, wait, Saloon has a bunny in her pocket.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was so caught off guard. I was like, wait.
I was talking about B's iPhone.
Yeah.
I just got a new phone because I dropped my old one on. I dropped my phone on the concrete and it smashed. Yes, that was very stupid of me.
I'll B does what B does. Saloon's gonna look to Radbrom and she'll be like, "What's smoking grass mean?"
It's a peculiar elven custom. The elves are a strange folk. I don't know much of their ways.
Do you just like take the grass from the ground and like blow it? And she like puts her hands together and she like looks down at them and blows them.
Rhaegram gives B sort of a side eye and then says to Saloon, aye, lass, that's, I think that's what it is.
Oh, there was a bee in my pocket. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Where were we? I didn't mean to interrupt RP.
No, Saloon was just asking what smoking grass was.
I see. I'm assuming that there's an oven, right?
On the ship?
Do we have an oven?
Is there an oven on the ship?
Fuck
There could be an
no.
oven on
Yeah,
it.
I don't think
Hey.
so. I don't think fire on a wood ship is the best thing.
Then how do we cook food?
Carefully.
In
Oh
an
my
oven.
gosh. You know what? If you attack me, I can use Hellish Rebuke as a reaction.
I think that's a really bad idea.
I think
It's a
that
wonderful idea. We could cook a whole meal with it. Like,
You throw the dough at her, the dough hits her, she casts Hellish Rebuke on the dough.
yeah.
Instant bread.
Okay, here. How about I see a skillet on top of a stove. I'm going to say that B is not cooking
yeah, there's a stovetop.
the
Yeah.
banana bread.
Yeah. We'll
Okay,
say that
then
there's a way
I'm-
for them to heat up broth and stuff.
Then I'm cooking my apple brown beanie.
Oh god.
Okay, I'm cooking the apple brown beanie, which it's so simple, but because I guess I can't cook my bread, but whatever.
Stupid DM. Just kidding. I'm
I'm
just kidding.
All right. But yeah, you'll see B working on a what seems to be a muddy pile of apple mush inside like the warm skillet pan that's like over the stovetop. I'm cooking my famous apple brown beanie. That's my own personal spin on it.
Oh,
It's a pretty nice pie, but doesn't look too good. but I swear it tastes delicious.
Can I taste it right now?
No. It might burn your mouth. Sorry, it's not done yet.
Mm, okay.
Oh, Ellis, I have a quick question.
Yes.
So, the magic. So I have decided also the special spice that I have picked up. It is called MSG, which stands for magical spice glutamate, which I think is really funny because
Wow.
normal MSG stands for monosodium glutamate.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, haha, funny, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, now I picked it up, and I know that it's magic, but I don't think I would know exactly what the magical effect would be.
For what?
Well, for whatever I'm putting it in. Because if I'm putting it in my apple brown beady, out of character, I know what it does, but I don't think B knows what it does.
Oh.
Or we could say that she does. It doesn't really matter. That was just a thought that popped into my head.
Would you want me to like roll something or pick something?
Well, if you'd like to, I have my apple brown beady lined up here. I'll actually send it to you really quick.
Okay.
Give it a once over. Make sure it's like not stupid looking, right?
Well,
and that
sure.
you're not going to be like, oh my gosh, it's so crazy.
I'm sure it wouldn't be.
I tried to balance it as best as possible. Here, I'll
Yes.
send it in.
No, I got it.
B's channel as well, so everyone can see. Yeah.
No, that's good. That's good. Yeah, no, I mean, I like it because it's like a nice bump, but then there's also a drawback.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do for a lot of this. But yes.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think.
Sweet. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't. I balanced it as best as possible for what I was trying to go for. But anyways, as B is cooking her apple brown beady, you see
Beady.
her pull out a small pouch from her side bag, and she grabs a single pinch of a sort of pink, purpley, sparkly dust that seems to be glowing, and she sprinkles it into the mixture as she's stirring it. Say, this is my new secret ingredient, but you can't tell anyone about it. All right, and that goes for you too, Ragrim.
Oh, I don't even know what that is.
Good. Keep it that way.
Balloon's eyes
I don't
are,
know
just
what it is.
going, like, wow.
I don't know what it is either, but supposedly it's gonna make everything taste a lot better. And
Well, it can't be better than Varn's soup, can it?
oh, trust me, this apple brown beady was so good it made some ghosts in a forest go away. It was pretty cool.
It scares
Ghost in a forest?
It scares away ghosts.
Yeah, it scared some. There were these two ghosts that were like being nice to us and giving us a place to stay, and I made it so good that when they tried it, they were like, "Oh, we found peace with ourselves," and I think they went on to the other side. I don't know where else they went. Must have been my cooking. It was so good.
Sounds like you're a really good person, B.
Well, I wouldn't say that. And after an hour and a half of cooking, it's just about ready. Then I'll take it off the stove, cut it into 6 slices, and I'll say, well, this is it. Feel free to give it a try. Tell me what you think.
Wow.
And I don't know, giving it a brief description, it does kind of look like apple mush mixed in with a little bit of mud, but it's holding its composure strangely like gelatin does, which is a little concerning. But I hope it's good.
Could Saloon actually? Did you put him on like a plate or something?
Nope.
Just
You
Just
are
on
holding it
stove?
in your hands. Yep. Yeah, she
Am I
put
holding
it in
one
your hand.
piece or?
She put a single slice of hot pie in your hands.
It's okay. I'm resistant to fire. This should be okay, right? Is this okay, Ellis?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Okay. All right. I'm be like, okay, hang on, B. I'll take my piece last. And she goes and passes it to closest to us. Can't see.
Is there anybody else like outside of this cabin that's like that we know is there, or is everybody sort of retreated?
I was like picturing that you probably started cooking like around the time that like Safeguard and Octavian and Ren were having their meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where they all went. Adney's standing on the deck, just kind of watching the ocean, watching the sunset.
I'll go take it to Adney.
Is anybody else out on the deck?
Yeah, Ren's still up.
All right.
Are we gonna pass these out together?
Versailles there?
She's up on the upper, like, aft deck here near Brolin.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. I only have 6 slices, and I already gave 2 of them away, so I only have 4.
Wait, you already gave 2
I
away?
think we can make that work. Yeah, 1 for you and 1 for Ragroom.
I'll split mine in half with Adney.
Oh, okay.
What is this again? B, you've cooked something?
Well, this is my special apple brown beady. It's pretty delicious.
Oh, it smells delightful.
It's actually I put in a secret ingredient that makes you feel a little bit stronger and healthier. But I'm afraid there might be a drawback, but I don't really know what that might be yet.
Oh, there's only one way to find out. And Saloon just it's the whole thing. Oh, like 1 bite. Yep.
Roll a 2d8, Saloon. You want me to do it?
Do you want me to roll it? Like for real?
Yeah.
2d8. Bum, bum, bum.
There you go. You have 9 temp HP, Saloon.
Oh, heck yeah. Thank you. Thought I was gonna like lose HP for a second.
Yeah.
No.
I think that's reasonably balanced.
No.
I mean, you get some temp HP, but then you can't get healing for an hour. That's it's a little dangerous.
Yeah. An apple a day keeps the doctor away.
Yeah, that was a good idea, Kate.
Literally, yeah.
I just wanted to say it for the sake. And I'd like to poke my head out of this hatch right here and say, "Hey, Ran!"
Ren, you would hear a voice calling from below deck.
We saying B like which hatch?
Yeah, this hatch. Isn't there a hatch?
Yeah, there
that
is.
leads down
Yeah.
here?
Yeah.
Oh, I was not expecting that. Hello, B. How are you?
I don't think B can even fit through that.
Yeah, it's my head. My shoulder blades have like stopped at the frame of the wood. I'll stick out a large hand containing a small slice of muddy apple pie, and I'll say, "Here, give this a try. Tell me what you think. I'm perfecting my recipe."
Ren will take it. This doesn't have any of that mayonnaise you made before.
No.
Good, because that stuff was not appetizing. Ren would take a bite, and what is it? Pretty much an apple pie, or?
Yeah, an apple brown Betty, more or less, is just an apple pie without actual like pie crust.
Oh.
So it's just like the inside. So it just tastes like a cinnamony apple pie, and I think it's good. I like cinnamon apple pie. It's classic. A little dollop of like whipped cream or a scoop of vanilla ice cream. Ooh,
Bro, a la mode, bitch. Hell yeah.
Yeah, 100%. But
yeah,
hasn't discovered milk yet, so.
Ren would certainly eat it. This is fantastic.
Well, I'm glad you enjoy it. Go ahead and gain you roll 2d8. Yeah, 6 temporary hit points for Ren.
I got more.
Well,
feel,
I hope it. Oh, go ahead.
I said, I feel a little invigorated.
Well, I'm glad. I'm hoping that this new recipe of mine and new ingredient makes my food a little bit more helpful towards the party. I'd like to make it so that we can all work together in the best capability that we have. So, with my excellent cooking skills and the magic that I know of, I've decided to start infusing my food with magic, seeing what I can create. And so far, it's so good.
Well, I feel the flavor alone will boost morale.
Well, that's good to hear. I might have to start making more, because there's only a few slices left.
I have to figure out how to do a batch bake.
Yeah, that would probably work out a lot better. I really only get around 6 slices from each batch of apple brown beady.
Apple brown beady.
Yeah, I put my own little spin on the name, and apple brown beady is pretty fitting since I created it, gave it a new special twist.
Is the twist the magical bit?
Yeah. Good observation. It is the magic, and I hope it tastes good. I hope you enjoy it. And I'll slink back away underneath, closing the hatch behind me.
Ren will finish his apple brown beady.
Well, I'm glad we were able to divvy this out between a lot of the people here. I hope everyone enjoyed it, and I'm gonna have to get to work on my other recipe. Oh wait, fuck, I don't have a stove. Dang it.
Maybe when we arrived in Hannon.
I'll look for a stove in there.
Or we could have
Well.
used one. We could have totally bought you one. With the 500 gold we just got.
I think there's a stove in Tufa's wagon, but
A stove? What do you just?
isn't there or it's not a stove, an oven, excuse me. I think there's an oven in Tufa's wagon.
You would have noticed that Alis had been cleaning that, and now she's sleeping.
Is the wagon open?
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
Uh,
either way.
You need an
I still
oven.
have that hellish rebuke.
What do you need an oven for again? I'm sorry.
Banana bread.
break bread.
Oh, you want to bake like straight up bread?
Well, my banana bread, and technically, if I was to start making the lobster rolls, I would need a way to make the roll. Also, I couldn't think of a good recipe for mussels because mussels involve a lot of like soup. Usually, I've noticed. So
I will say,
one
like,
of them is like.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna say I've gotten mussels at like an Italian place, and it comes in this beautiful big like thing of broth, and I really like that. But then I got mussels in Maine. It's just like a fish place, and they just come out in just like a little net.
Yeah, that's what I was going with. Is like they're just kind of in their shell still. I saw a recipe online, and it actually looks really good.
Yeah.
Where it was roasted mussels with like garlic butter crumbs, and it just sounds delicious. So I'd like to try to do that, but I would probably need an oven. But anyways,
Ragram would say, B, there's no oven here in the galley, but you know what we could do?
what's that?
When the captain's not looking, sometimes I can grill some meat.
Grill and meat?
Sometimes.
What kind of meat?
The lid on you guys?
Yeah.
Okay. Someone's gonna be like, I can distract them.
Ah.
Well, I think a distraction might just cause more trouble than it's worth.
That's true. We'll be in Hannon soon enough, and there'll be double ovens.
Well,
As far as the eye can
Ragran,
see.
if he's asleep and you want to cook some meat, you let me know, and I'll bring my cooking expertise with us.
I did check my notes,
We
by
can
the way.
see what we can make.
Yeah, I did check my notes. I've got like a map of Tufa's cart. There is a small stove with like a flat metal top, so there's no oven. It's just the same as the cooktop that Raygram has.
Oh,
That's where they heat up the soup, so they don't really bake anything in there.
I need like an easy bake oven. That's what I need.
Easy bake
It's a,
oven.
it's a shame the light
Yes.
changer doesn't produce any warmth.
Just use the stove,
Yeah.
put the bread on top, put a pot on top of that, so it's like an enclosed Dutch oven.
There you go. I'll figure something out in the future, but
Yeah.
well, Ragrim, you come find me if you're ever grilling anything, and let me know. I'm always open to learning new recipes, growing my culinary expertise.
Aylis actually pops her head in and says, "What's that wonderful
What's this
smell?"
shit?
She woke up.
Okay.
Oh,
I was
Whoa.
I was having the most fantastic dream of home, and this wonderful smell roused me from my slumber.
well, that was probably my apple brown beanie. It's a special dessert that I learned how to make back at home when I was cooking for my clan.
Did
It was
I
a treat we all enjoyed.
did I hear you say you were looking for an oven bee?
Well, yeah, I am.
Well, when we get home, you understand. Of course, my father has a home, and there's quite the gourmet kitchen. You're welcome to it.
All right, I'm holding you to that promise, no matter what happens.
I mean, as assuming the house is still standing when we get there. Hope springs
Well-
eternal.
We better get there soon so I can use that oven.
Excellent.
Got lots of.
When I left, there was I did have my own sourdough starter. I wonder if Father's rather kept it going.
Sourdough? Is that like sour bread? I don't like sour things. Sour is pretty bad.
It's a bread that's it has a little bit of a tang to it. It's quite good.
Well, I'll have to try it when we get back to your house and all that. But for the moment, I'm happy sticking with the soup that we've made and some other treats that I can whip up here on the stove.
Yes, and I don't think I've told the others, but I had before I left. Did you know that my father has become engaged?
Oh, well, congratulations to your father.
Yes, wonderful. I mean, I'm very happy for him. He's been rather lonely since our mother passed long ago.
Well, that's so nice to hear. It's hard losing somebody, I know, but it's nice that he's decided to move on. Who's the lucky lady?
Oh, a local woman by the name of Estelle.
Oh, well, I'd love to meet her. She sounds lovely. What a cool name.
Yes. I was going to tell you something as well, B. I'm trying to think of what it was. No, if I think of it, I'll let you know. Ayla seems a little confused. Like she's forgotten
Well-
something.
Well, I don't think I've offered it already to Alis, but well, go if you need to take some air and refresh your mind, maybe it'll help you remember. Here, take a slice of my apple brown beady. I'll come over, give her a slice. This might help clear your or help you remember what you're trying to remember.
The apple brown beady.
Yeah.
She takes a bite, and then she says, "Oh, is that cinnamon?"
Yeah, lots of cinnamon.
It's delightful.
Like an unholy amount of cinnamon. I won't lie. I went a little overboard on this one, but hey, the more cinnamon, the better, right?
Yes. You can never have quite enough cinnamon. Have you ever tried nutmeg, Beatrice?
I have not. I'll have to give that a try. next
Yes.
time we're around some of it.
Yes.
Maybe that'll taste good.
Assuming everything in the kitchen is how I left it, we did have quite a spice rack. I think you'll have some fun with it.
All right. Well, I'm excited to get back to your place and cook up a storm. We'll have a feast.
Excellent. As we're talking, the ship hits a rather big wave, and sort of crashes down on it, and everything sort of shifts a little bit. You might have to grab some of your accoutrement there, B, to stop it from sliding off.
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna take a grab at everything to keep it from sliding off the table and spilling all over the floor. That already, for some reason, has tomatoes just on the ground. Who stores their tomatoes on the ground? Jeez. Would you like me to roll something?
No.
Try to catch all my... Oh, okay.
No. Excellent. So, anything else from B?
No, I think that's it. I think after this, I'll just kind of keep hanging out in the kitchen with Ragrim, discussing different, foods, so on and so forth. We don't have to RP it.
No, that's fine. I think Alis would bid a good night to B and Saloon and Ragrim, and probably retire. Excellent. And last call for this evening before we take a long rest. As the sun dips below the horizon, the water turns from a deep blue to a black. And you would be continuing west, and you'd have the option for a long rest.
I'm gonna hit the button, even though I'm pretty sure I don't need it.
Yes. And could somebody roll me a d20?
I'll do it.
Okay.
4.
4. Okay, great. So as you would, as dawn would break, everything seems to be going well with the ship, and the crew's keeping a lookout, and it appears to be clear waters in each direction. One strange thing you're noticing, as you're going west, looking north, you would expect to see probably the coast of Altair in the distance, but you don't see anything.
Of course not. Well, at least we have the coast of Hannon to right ourselves with. Not too bad. Or do we not see it at the distance that we're traveling at?
I think actually I don't think you'd have sight of land unless you asked Brilwyn to go a little bit closer. I think she's staying a bit to the north, but you could certainly ask her to dip a bit south, for a bit.
I'll just let her just say, look, if you need to right yourself at all, go towards land, don't risk it. So
Say, that's good advice. And she sort of has one of her maps, and she's got a sextant, and there's a crewman next to her, and she's sort of plotting the course a little bit, and she makes a little bit of adjustment to turning the wheel a bit, and starting to head a bit more in the southwesterly direction for, an hour or so.
As far as on this day drills, whoever wants to be a part of that, Octavian will be doing some kind of basic sword and techniques, shield techniques,
Yes.
just so that people are more well versed in their repertoire.
Mm-hmm.
And Ren would join in and take instruction as well to show solidarity with Octavian.
Fair enough.
Uh,
You do have a sword, so learn a couple things. But yeah, kind of basic things like good ways to block, feints, just overall basic technique that is good to know.
Certainly, Adney would be very into it. She'd have her rapier, and she would be very grateful for the lessons. You'd notice Evangeline had come up top deck. She's drinking something out of a mug, and she's just kind of leaning on the railing, looking on, smiling. enjoying watching the lesson.
You said Evangelina's the one coming up?
Yes, yeah, she's just leaning against the railing watching you guys.
Could I also partake in these lessons?
Absolutely, it's open to anybody.
All right, because like I'm a warlock, but like I'm super squishy, so.
Yeah, so you got a spare short sword or stick or whatever.
I got daggers.
That could work. Daggers are more of a kind of surprise attack kind of weapon because they're small and concealable. Octavian's really doing like short sword, long sword type things.
I mean, warlock proficiency is limited.
That is also true.
I mean, Ren's good with daggers, so Ren can help with the daggers.
Yeah. I mean, like he's no stranger to like stuff like that, but again, it's not his forte. Like if he's instructing everybody on like sword stuff, daggers are gonna be kind of like mostly just gotta be good at stabbing. That's all you really need. Gotta know where to hit. But either way, that's what I'm doing today, unless I am needed for something else, or until people are sick of hearing me talk.
I mean, we don't want to stop before we start.
Fair enough.
Great. So that as that's happening, Safeguard or Versailles or B, you just enjoying the day, and we can always skip towards the night as we're unless folks have anything.
I mean, I probably would have been teaching people how to use a shield, like,
Okay.
during this thing.
Can warlocks
definitely
learn how to
be-
use a shield?
I don't know if warlocks have shield purposes.
I think they do.
I mean, they should, right?
I think they get medium armor and shield.
No, they just get light armor. They get medium armor and shields if you're a Hexblade. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, you get simple weapons and light armor, and that's about it.
I've got darts and daggers.
Hey, sometimes that's all you need.
Actually,
Magic.
at one point, Halamath would probably come by. He'd probably join in for half an hour, and you'd notice that he has a bit of skill with dagger. Nothing impressive, but certainly he's used one before.
Yeah, the main points, like when it comes to dagger play, that Octavian would hammer home is it's less about the actual technique of a dagger. It's the first strike. That if you take your time and you're patient on your defense, then you can identify the weak spots. You can go for exposed joints, exposed pieces in the armor. Things like that. That's really where you want to go with, because your dagger's not going to penetrate armor very well, and it's not going to slash through stuff very well. But it's small, and it can get in those really tiny places. You have to make the effort count, otherwise you're very close and things get bad.
Halamath would say, Octavian, my older brother told me that when it comes to a knife fight, the loser dies on the street and the winner typically dies at home a few days later.
Well,
so I would prefer to.
good-
Yes.
Well, if you can avoid conflict at all, then that's the best way to come away unscathed. But we're not always so lucky.
No, I think if you can.
But that is why your defense is much more important. The smaller the weapon you have, you need to make those strikes count.
Or you can just stab him in the back.
That is also true, but that is not really. I mean, have you seen what I wear? I'm not sneaking up on anybody.
Well, you have quite a different skill set.
Yes.
I wouldn't willingly cross blades with you.
Or would I expect you to? But these are the things that you need to be aware of. Sometimes your enemies are not going to give you not going to take your preferences into account.
Evangeline would pipe up and say, "That's good advice. You should listen."
So while is Octavian or Ren teaching Saloon how to use a dagger?
I'd say it's kind of like 50-50. Like, Octavian's doing a lot of like the technical stuff, but it's probably showing you a lot of the movements. He's a lot more dexterous, so he's a lot faster with them.
So Octavian was talking to like Saloon whenever he was talking about the exposed areas within the armor and everything.
Yeah, more than
Okay,
likely.
so while he was saying that, could Saloon have like, okay, the blade is facing towards her, but like the handle is facing towards Octavian, right? And could she have like, first can I roll for
Okay.
like sleight of hand or whatever, like try to aim for an exposed area in your armor, and then be like this?
What, with like the blunt, the pommel of the blade?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to actually stab you.
Yeah. No, you kind of poke. Yeah, I would say make I'll give you the hit for free, but make a perception check to see if you can hit a good spot.
Give me 1 second.
And I would say Ren would also volunteer if anyone that does archery wants to practice on a moving target.
Nope, I don't see anything. Never mind.
Well, I mean, considering the posture that he's probably in, you probably don't see anything, but you kind of go like towards like probably around my shoulder. Go. My shoulder's a little more exposed than most armor of this caliber, but you're on the right track. If you were to be able, say for instance, I had my arm raised up, I was using my shield to defend a high blow from something else, you might be able to come in and hit in the arm, in my armpit. It's very exposed, and you'll see it just, it's just cloth, just my clothes underneath that. But something like that, or the seams on the side of my armor. You can see kind of like the gaps in the plate around the like on the sides. But places where one moves their body is also where you're going to have exposure for such attacks. Because if it is covered and armored, you're not going to be able to bend it very well. Anyways, continue.
Like actually writing down these notes.
Use it in battle for extra
Can you
flavor.
tell I've watched a lot of Shadiversity?
Oh, I love Shadiversity.
Yeah.
Matriculations. Is that him?
Circulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah. I like him, and I like Lindy Beige.
But Rin knows how to use a bow?
Ren knows how to use a short bow, but I was also saying that if anyone that did use ranged weaponry wanted a moving target to practice on, Ren would be the target.
Yeah.
Oh, because his dexterity is so good.
He has high AC and he can catch arrows.
Yeah, he's fast as fuck.
If someone does manage to hit him, he will literally just catch the arrow.
Yeah. And unless it's like a really good crit, you're like not taking any damage on that.
Even if it is, honestly. Also, if anyone wants to learn how to do a backflip, Ren will teach them how to do a backflip.
Oh my
Damn.
gosh, can I learn how to do a backflip?
I want to learn how to do a backflip.
Oh boy.
Oh my gosh, we should totally do a pyramid, and B should be on top. B should be the
No,
flag.
wait, all right. We're gonna get off this boat, and we're just gonna do a bunch of cheerleading maneuvers when we get off. We're gonna like do pyramids. People are gonna be throwing each other around. It'll be awesome.
Sorry guys, I'm trying to be entertaining.
So
No,
you are.
really.
Could I practice using my darts?
Yeah, you can throw darts at Ren.
Living target. The best thing I could ever ask for. Okay. Did I roll anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have the darts on your character sheet, I think.
I do. I have one. I have one dart. Would I be? Do I just click on the dart?
Do you have in your inventory? There should be a box next to the dart. You click on that, it'll equip it, and then under the actions, it should be listed under your actions to use the dart.
Actions. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I don't actually see it, Ren. I see dagger, and stuff.
Oh, there's a dart.
Really?
Dagger, dart. Are you on the Saloon Nunu?
Yeah, Saloon Nunu.
Here.
I didn't know her last name was
use the
Nunu.
dart.
Oh.
I don't see it, but whatever.
You critical. That's going right for his heart.
Wow, Ren, we're in death saves, Ren.
Roll some damage on that.
I'm sorry. I mean, dope for me, but like, I'm sorry. Who offered?
I reduced the damage by 19.
Literally catch it between your two fingers.
Did that actually not hit you?
Oh no, it's
No,
just,
so it was going. He caught it midair, and then he threw it back at your feet, like between your toes.
That's not nice.
Monks, dude. Everybody like clowns on monks, but monks are fucking cool.
Like that's why I play monks. Like they're like they do have a pretty like bad damage fall off and stuff, but they're just fun.
Oh my gosh, I want to throw my daggers at you then. I mean, not daggers. Yeah, daggers. Can I
You can
throw
throw
my
daggers
daggers at you?
too.
Okay, okay.
Yo, I want to play more wizards. Because I need to teach some fuckers how to play wizard. Because y'all are all shit at playing wizard.
I changed
Hey.
my mind.
I've never played a wizard.
hey, Duncan was okay. Duncan had a book that could like fly through a window and fireball you.
That's pretty cool.
That was
Yeah.
fun.
That's some cool wizard stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, Scribes is good. I like Scribes.
Well, for Reclamation, you already picked a Horizon Walker, and we already have 2 other wizards.
Yeah.
Wait, who else is a wizard? I'm not a wizard.
No, for my little thing that's coming up after this.
Oh, okay, okay.
So excellent. So we have Ren
I
getting
have a wizard coming up soon.
pelted with various metal objects.
When
Fucking
yeah,
big.
Ren reduces it by a minimum of 15.
Wow.
Hey, practice is practice.
Yeah.
Could I call out to like Versailles and Adney if they're on?
Yeah, let me get back on the other map. You'd see Adney. She's standing up on the top deck, sort of watching Ren get pelted with darts and whatever else. You're throwing daggers, whatever you're doing to Ren.
Yeah. He threw a dagger at me one time. It's only fair.
Mhm.
But anyways, I'll shout out to Adney. I'll be like, "Hey, you wanna come practice?"
Who? Me?
Yeah, and she'll like hand a dagger to Adney. Okay. Just throw it at him.
You want me to throw a dagger at Ren?
I've been doing it this whole time. He's done it to me before.
All right, Ren. You asked for it. Let's see here.
Does she have a character sheet? Can you roll it?
Yeah, she doesn't. Does she have a dagger? Hold on. I can just roll
I
it.
handed her mine. Do I
Oh,
need to unequip it?
No, I got it. Wow, Ren. You're good. That's a crit.
I feel like some pent up anger in these women.
I know.
Wait, was that thrown at me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ren, catch, and she throws it. She like right at your face.
I reduced it by 21.
Okay. Deflect missiles.
Wait,
I think Versailles longbow is probably the only one that has a chance of actually hurting.
Yeah. Ah. I think it's useless, Saloon. What do you think?
I think we need to keep trying.
Versailles, take a shot at Ren, would you? Be a dear.
She'll tear her eyes away from the ocean, look bored, and just let out a sigh. And then
This is so fun.
Close. Well, plus 10.
Definitely. I
Yeah,
don't need to roll, but
it's a minimum of 15, you said.
yeah.
Do
You you ladies are right on the mark with these. I'm feeling a little targeted.
Now, can you only deflect missiles once per turn?
It's my reaction, so yes.
Okay, so, girls, if we all shoot at him at the same time,
Versailles already
Oh
shot
my gosh,
again.
I was thinking the same thing.
we all attack at the same moment.
He can't get all of our things at once.
No.
I think,
Oh,
you're
we're
ta-
all, wait,
I think you're taking this a little far.
Is this not in the spirit of the training?
It's okay, I missed.
Ah. Now we're rolling shit.
I rolled a 21, throwing a spirit red.
full on like Olympic.
From behind, not even.
I swear to God, a lot of you are lucky I'm not a level 11 because I would just Hadoken all of you.
Oh, it's only
Ren
fair.
Let's choke you to death.
Ren runs up the mast to the crow's nest.
Yeah.
Oh, are you running away?
Ren will jump from the crow's nest and elbow drop on Saloon.
Oh!
Can I use Hellish Rebuke as a reaction? Don't ask me.
You can.
She's been dying to Hellish Rebuke for 3 weeks.
Okay, can I tell Adney and Versailles and B to like all like poof? Right?
Well,
Okay.
Versailles never left where she was on the deck.
Oh,
She's
that's true.
way back away from you guys.
Can I?
Yeah, I never left where I'm standing either. I just kind of threw it at Ren because we were all kind of attacking Ren.
I want it to be 60 feet. Can I?
So it targets the creature that damaged you if they're within 60 feet of you.
I can just her in.
Yeah, we'll see if Ren hits you.
If we actually want to.
So sorry. Like I
Bonk.
haven't done anything yet, but like I'm sorry. Wait, I have to roll to hit, don't I? No, it's a reaction. Okay.
Yeah, well,
Wait,
they do.
I don't know why I rolled that. Ignore that. Okay. Wait, did Rin roll the hit? Yeah. Okay. The 20? No, that's dexterity.
On my deck save, and I
Don't
have
hit.
evasion, so I take 0 damage from your hellish rebuke.
Evasion. Like I said, monks.
I think this is going a little far.
Monks-
This is meant to be light training.
monks do
I'm
some
sorry.
bullshit.
Didn't you say you wanted to see what I was made out of?
Octavian.
Your fire spell didn't work.
I made it purposely not work. And Celine looks away.
Hmm.
Octavian, I think she's graduated to the next level, don't you think?
Yes, I think she is adept at things that I cannot teach. But nonetheless, well done. Despite the selection of another punching bag. Thanks for taking one for the team, Ren.
Oh, did you already elbow drop her, technically?
Yeah, did I take damage from that?
It would have been 10 damage.
Ooh!
You don't need to. Go
So am I
that far.
actually taking it though?
I I was kind of half joking, but then you're like, I hellish rebuke. I'm like, all right.
No, it's okay.
That's
I
the
have
damage.
9 temporary hit points, and it's okay if I
There you
lose
go.
like 1 actual hit point.
That
you know?
works out.
The apple beating
Doesn't
saved the
Ren
day.
also
So
have
much
temporary
cake.
hit points?
He did, yeah.
Ah,
Where
see,
are my
no part of
temporary
my
hit
plan.
points? They were there. Now they're gone.
Just
I just damaged myself once.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Lynn looks there and she's like, I'm just kidding. And she gives him a like she reaches to give him a high five.
Can Andy say? Oh, go ahead, Ren. Sorry.
Well, who are you giving a high five?
You.
Ren did like a high five and like hold his hand lower. And then when she goes like the low five,
You're gonna
he
put it
goes,
out?
Too slow.
Oh, douche.
I punch him. I'm just kidding. I'm
You
sorry.
can try.
This is like
No.
some real pent up anger.
You can do anything you want. You have agency to But
No, there's not actually pent up anger there, guys. I promise.
He just calls out, "Woo! Now give him the suplex!
Give him
Suplex him off the boat!"
the people's elbow. Adney has a comment for Octavian.
Hmm?
Adney would kind of sneak up behind you, Octavian, and say, she does seem to have some abilities that I don't think that you could teach her.
No.
You know who I think would have liked her very much?
The
I
bird?
think yes, Lady Deflator could have taught her quite a bit, I think.
Probably.
I wonder where she is now.
Helping from the other side.
You know, I believe she is.
I'm intentionally being vague on that.
The one that she truly works for needed her elsewhere.
I like to think that in some way, small or large, Deflator is helping us from wherever she is. The greater
That's
good.
what I hope.
The greats
greats
are
are good.
good. Maybe she'll come back in campaign 3.
Maybe.
Never know.
Alright. I think that's enough practice for one day. We're getting a 2 weeks if I did. I'm very certain that Brilwyn and Arelia would like to not fix holes in their ship.
To hell with the ship up on my clothing.
Ah, well.
Ren's gonna get his new clothes enchanted, like with no ability, just so they stop getting damaged.
Isn't there a like clothes mending or something like that? Where they like self-repair or something like that?
Oh, I'm sure you can easily just say it's a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, clothes of mending. It's a common magic item from Xanathars. Pieces of outfit that are destroyed. Magically bends itself to counteract daily wear. Yeah, so it's just like, it just fixes itself.
Evangeline would notice Versailles sort of shuffling around, and she would just kind of come up beside you for a moment, looking out at the ocean, and say, anything bothering you? Versailles, was it?
No, it's just been a while since I've seen the ocean.
Have you ever been to Hannon before?
No.
It's a lovely place. Nothing quite as expansive or wonderful as the Empire was, but hopefully you'll enjoy your time there.
I don't know if going into battle is considered going to be enjoying my time.
Well, I honestly don't know what we're going to find when we get there, but I like to hope for the best.
Well, I guess someone has to be hopeful.
You haven't lost hope, have you, miss?
No, not yet. Been close a few times.
Well, I know if it does come to battle and you do choose to join, I know the Queen will be grateful for your help.
I'm certain. I know they were allies in the past.
You know that I don't know if Octavian's told you, but you know that the abbot is the head of the Church of Hannon and claims that Tyr himself has come down from
I've heard the whole stories.
Yes, it seems...
All I can just hear is nothing but fanatical greed.
I've actually spent many nights wondering if it's possible that could somehow be true and that I'm actually a heretic for opposing Tyr. But I've rather talked
If
myself
Tyr
out
was-
of that.
If Tyr was in charge of Hannon, why would he stop there?
Hmm.
He would have smited all of us if that was the case. As we can see, that hasn't happened.
That's
I
true.
cast Smite!
Aren't you sleeping?
Yo, isn't it the morning?
Oh.
I like to think that Safeguard is sleep talking. Sleep casting.
I would like to rage, please. That's what we need. A good barbarian.
Yeah, maybe when I finish my my homebrew subclass.
Yeah. I do have a barbarian all rolled up, ready to go for whenever. Who knows when it'll be? But when Cobra plays part 3, like the big part 3.
Oh, barbarian.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I've
never played one.
I'm like trying to make a homebrew subclass for barbarian that's supposed to be like a drain tank. So instead of getting like massive resistances, they like heal on the damage they do.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so they sustain by healing as opposed to having, resistances and ridiculous shit.
As Hannon snakes along the port side in the distance, you'd notice that Brilwyn had, adjusted the course, getting a little bit closer to Hannon, and you can see in the distance the faint outline of the shore. And you might notice a familiar sight. The tower of what appears to be the Tower of El Saren, the ancient elven tower, which some of you freed from a shaman serving a demi-lich a while back. It appears to be ringed in a strange red mist with what looks like ash or some sort of black soot floating upwards.
Alice, did you ever check and see if I had given the manuals to the elves?
My notes say that you buried it and you told them where it was, but I didn't go back and check the VOD yet. I forgot.
Okay.
I apologize. But that is a good question. Excellent. So as you spend the afternoon training, does anyone else have anything before we take one more long rest? Excellent. So as the sun sets again, the second full day of sailing, you feel the miles beneath you. And could somebody roll for me a d20?
I will.
Thank you, Leg.
11.
What, 11?
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Interesting. You would see, as the sun begins to rise, everyone take a long rest. I don't know if anybody used any spell slots, but it'll be morning.
Used my Hellish Rebuke.
That's true.
You get that back.
It's true.
I also lost at least 1 hit point.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I believe...
That's new.
I believe
New.
temp HP resets after
A rest.
any rest, right?
I know long rest. It might do it on a short rest. I honestly don't remember.
Yeah. Either way, if you had temp HP, that would reset at this time until B graces us with another delicious treat.
Yeah.
Excellent. So, Ren, what are you doing? Are you in the crow's nest, or are you pacing about the ship?
I mean, Ren's helping with ship's business. Aside from that, outside of training, he's trying to meditate.
Okay. Excellent. Does anybody want to roll a perception check for me?
Okay.
Yay! Yes.
+0, so
And anybody else who wants to try, feel free.
Sure.
Yes.
11.
11. Wow!
Hey, 11.
Something's wrong with
I
the.
gotta
We
reset the
all
thing.
see the same thing.
Yeah, the RNGs is off. Okay.
Ren is way too busy meditating, apparently.
Yes. Octavian, are you up on top deck?
Yes.
You would actually notice ahead a little bit. Brilwin's having a conversation about the rigging with one of the crew. You would have noticed Aralaya had come out for a little bit, had a little chat with Halamath. Ragram and B, I assume. B, would you be cooking? Would you be helping with the breakfast? Perhaps. We'll check in with B in a moment. But Octavian, you would actually notice in the distance, appears to see, you would appear to see something on the horizon. It could look like a mast with sails.
I'm gonna assume that it's another ship. Does it look like it's getting closer as I look at it?
If you're watching it for a minute, it appears as though it is heading towards you.
Does anybody else look like they seem to have noticed it on the main deck?
Not yet. Brilwin's having a sort of an animated conversation with a couple of deckhands. There's a problem with the rigging, and they're trying to fix it. They're not paying
Shout out
full attention.
It's like, Captain,
What is it?
vessel on the horizon. Right, it's coming like.
Oh, by Moradin! All hands! And there's some shouting, and there's some people, and she would run down and she'd say, we took your advice and we've fashioned the colors of the gold anvils. Should we try it? Is it too risky? What do you think?
Try it. We can at least try and talk our way out of it. In the meantime, Evangeline, add me downstairs with me.
They would pop below deck. Where is Evangeline? There she is, talking there. They would pop underneath, and there would be, a bit of running about. Ragram would come up and actually take the wheel, as Brilwin would say to Ren, "Here, Ren," and she would hand you what looks like a flag, bearing a symbol. It is a golden circle with two crossed hammers in the middle. And she'd say, "See, can you run this up there? We're having some trouble. Could you run this up quickly?"
Ren can literally run that up there.
Yes. And do you want to do like Dex or sleight of hand or something to see if you can tie that flag off to the existing line at the top? If you can get that threaded through properly. Okay, it appears you are able to do that, and we are now flying the colors of the villainous Gold Anvil clan, as that ship on the horizon appears to be closing distance. Brilwin would remark her thanks for doing that, and say, "Well, this was a bit of a good idea. Let's see if it pays off."
Ren would like to jump down.
Great. And as the ship is approaching, you'd see that they are flying the same colors you are. And as they are getting closer, Ren, do you have your spyglass out or anything like that?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful spyglass. You'd notice that it is indeed a dwarven vessel, and you would see several, all different sizes and shapes of dwarves, a couple other races manning the ship, and they would be, you would see someone similar with a spyglass looking in your direction.
Guys, Ren's not good at lying, like deception.
Hey, let's let him go up there. There's a cute kid.
What?
There's a cute kid.
We know.
have Saloon go up there.
You have
I don't think
Sloogol
that's
up
a
there.
fair
You're in
idea.
charge.
Real quick, if I could have Adney move into this room with me, and I'm gonna
Sure.
close the door, and I'll instruct Evangeline to close the door in one of the other side rooms.
Sure.
And
Actually, let me-
we'll also close the other one so nothing looks suspicious. You know, you don't want the doors flying about while the ship's moving.
No, understood. The ship is closing distance, and it appears as though they are not turning about. It appears as though they're kind of going past you. They're coming up sort of alongside you, sort of passing. And they'd be waving, and Rhaegram sort of gives them a nervous wave. And they say, "For the glory of the Gold Anvils!"
Is Saloon up there?
Did you go up to like the crow's nest, or what are you hanging off the flagpole?
Well, yeah.
What are you doing?
Don't know, to be honest.
So this
Ren,
Should repeat.
Ren would shout back in Dwarvish. Aye, glory to Gold Anvil.
deception check.
Sure. This is on you.
Advantage because you use the native tongue.
I mean, this is on you, Ellis. I mean, if you want us to kill a boat full of people, this is entirely on you.
They say it in common.
You would have advantage for using because you do speak Dwarvish. That's wonderful.
Okay.
You want us to kill a bunch of dwarves, Alice? That's
I
good.
would prefer not to.
That's amazing. But then you'll have two ships.
Yeah.
We'll just tug it behind this one.
Yes, and you know what the captain of two ships is called? Admiral. Or
Ooh.
Commodore. Whatever. Commodore Barbosa. Great. So they appear to give a little wave, and pulling up alongside, they are going. Actually, one of them is going to attempt to toss something to the ship, and Brilwyn is sort of standing here, and they're going to toss something, and she's going to reach out and try to grab it.
It's a bomb. Don't do it.
They've actually
Pipe bomb out.
they've actually thrown her a half a keg of ale.
Sick.
Yes.
Beer.
Yeah, and they've said, drink up, cousins. And as they're leaving, they appear to be quite inebriated as they're sailing. And there's a dwarf. He's standing on the back of the ship, and he sort of has the wheel, and he's sort of swerving it this way and that. He doesn't have a shirt on. His chest is all full of like tattoos, and he's got this he's got this scraggly black hair in front of his face. It doesn't look like he can see at all. And there's all like beer like suds in his beard, and they're singing some sort of a dwarven song.
Nice to know that even they're on the sea, dwarves be dwarves.
One of them would yell out, "Rock and stone!"
So-called free thinkers when they hear rock and stone.
And as they sail away from you, they don't appear to be looking back, and they appear to be continuing on to the east.
Fuck, I had a good idea for once.
Absolutely. Brilwyn exhales sort of heavily and says, "I can't believe that fucking worked."
Does
Well, I guess
anybody-
we're just lucky it's past 9 in the morning, so they're drunk.
Casual racism aside.
Halima says, "I'll nip downstairs and I'll tell Octavian that the coast is clear." Let's see, you would hear a knock at the door. You'd say, "It's Alamath. It's all right.
No problems?
They were drunk as shit. Didn't suspect a thing."
Well, I'll chalk it up as a successful Octavian plan for once.
Well, even a blind pig finds an acorn once in a while. Gives you a little slap on the back.
That's great.
Blind pig finds an
I have not heard that one before.
That's from a show. Can I tell you guys a very quick story?
Of course.
Go ahead.
I was working for like an ad agency, and the chief operating officer, really, really nice guy. And it was like a little bit like Mad Men there, where like he'd call you over to his desk, and like he had like whiskey and little like plastic cups and stuff. He was a cool guy. So we all went out to dinner one night, and like you can invite like like your wife or husband, date, whatever whatever you have, right, your spouse. And he invited his wife, which we'd not met before. And he was and I don't want this could be a problematic story. I apologize in advance. He was sort of like a nerdy kind of guy, like me. But yeah, he was kind of like a nerd. He how do I phrase this? He did very well when he married. Can I say that? Is that appropriate? He did great. And somebody was saying something about like, well, I almost just said his name. Well, you did really well. Not that anybody would care, but you did pretty well there, huh? And he's like, yeah. And me, I had about 3 beers. I go, even a blind pig finds an acorn once in a while. Am I right?
Oh my god.
And the whole there was like a table. There was like 10 people. They start cracking up laughing. He is staring daggers at me.
And the next day, Ellis was fired.
I know. I'm just like, well, maybe I should self-censor a little better.
The next day, Ellis was transferred to Siberia.
Yeah.
If only there were Buffalo Wild Wing sauces to distract you.
Oh boy, I mean, like, I love that your coworkers can say sexist things, but like, you imply that your boss is unattractive.
Yeah.
Then it's a problem.
Yeah, it was not my best story. I apologize.
I mean, you weren't in the wrong. Like, you aren't the piece of shit in this story.
Yeah.
We all make mistakes in the heat of passion, Jimbo.
It's one of those things where it's like, is he like a secret millionaire, or does she have an astigmatism? What's going on here?
Was a green card involved?
Oh no! Oh no!
All right. This.
Anyway.
Excellent. Moving into the late morning. Brilwyn would indicate, she'd say, we should, if the wind's with us, we should make Provost before nightfall.
Very good. Let us make as much haste as we possibly can.
Now, Octavian, if strange men offer you jobs, what are you going to say?
No.
Good.
Like how he said that with an questionly inflection.
Say that with more confidence.
No.
No.
Oh, believe me, once we get back there, assuming they are not in immediate danger, I will be having words with the cheese right.
The who?
What?
No, I know who that is. He's a very important political figure.
He is, who is most likely currently a big supporter of the Queen.
Yes, well, he also did happen to lead me along and not provide me enough information to make a judgment call, of which I deeply regret. The arson story, as it were. That's where that comes from.
I did very explicitly tell you not to trust him.
You're right, and I should have listened.
No offense, but like, when Ren is right about something, I think you should listen.
Ren is always right about everything. Safeguard.
Well, but
Trust his wisdom. Don't trust mine.
10 years of doing you need to do to get by. Sometimes you tend to overlook things and forget things, but I know the mistakes. I know I am making excuses, and there's no point in me doing so. Just know that I'm not going to make those kind of mistakes again. It's not
Good, and you know what? When all of this is over, you can go and punch him in the face.
I'll
But
at
for
least have
now,
words with him, but we'll
but
save
for now,
punching for later.
but for now, be civil.
What says Octavian? You don't take orders from anyone anymore, so weigh your options.
That's not necessarily true.
I mean, it's kind of. Anyways,
I think he takes orders from his girlfriend.
No, she gave no orders. But
Ah, so you admit she's your girlfriend?
it's not like that. Jeez. It's like a Shakespearean tragedy kind of thing. I don't know.
what? That she's 13?
No, no, not at all.
I think she's like 30 something, isn't she?
I think yeah. She by now she's like in her 30s for half elf, but you know,
Yeah.
there is a chronological age difference, but you know. Either way, moving on.
How about Provost?
Yeah. Let's go back to that place. Where nothing can go wrong. Oh no, it all went wrong. God, does anybody remember that show, Chowder?
Yes.
Chowder was fucking amazing.
It was weird. I got like, not necessarily like motion sickness, but like I found it hard to like keep track of some things that were happening on screen because they would do that thing where certain, like, like the texture wouldn't move when characters move. Like a Chowder's shirt, I think, is one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do that, and it's like, it's a little hard to look at.
Yeah, Justin, remember when we didn't have cable?
Yeah, but we didn't have all the cool options like we do now.
Yeah, we had PBS and the Weather Channel.
Yeah.
I know that pain.
So as this is happening, Adney's actually walking around the ship. She's looking about. She comes up on top deck and she sort of asks for whoever's standing closest. She just say, "Did that flag trick really work?"
Yes, I'm surprised it worked as well. Normally my plans don't work.
Oh, don't be so hard on yourself, Octavian.
Is that why your empire fell?
Safeguard. Take 1d4 psychic damage.
I don't know, Safeguard. Your empire's not doing too hot at the moment either.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. But hasn't died yet.
It's a good thing I'm here.
Good thing I'm here.
So other than the queen, who else do we have as allies in the city?
There are Vanadori refugees. They have some legionaries of the number. And if the Cheese Right is working with Queen directly, as we are to be believed, we have his thugs on their side.
The cheese right. And Adney rolls her eyes.
We'll take all the allies we can get.
Doesn't Aelith have a sister?
Yes. Fuck, what's her name?
Elise.
Elise. Elise and her father, an accomplished alchemist, and he's a wizard, right? Or is he
Not
just like an alchemist.
He's just an alchemist.
Yeah. An accomplished alchemist.
Well, actually, a retired adventurer as well. So.
Yeah, retired adventurer. So, former wizard.
Also,
Might not be wizard. Might be a what's it called, artificer.
I think he was just like
Oh.
a fighter. I think.
Oh, okay.
Ellis, what was the name of the monk temple inside Hand and Hold?
The Order of the Even Hand.
Yes.
I'm going to say, the last time, granted this was months ago now, when I last spoke with the Order of the Even Hand, they said that when the time came, they would help the true queen.
Well, I doubt they would be allowed to stay within their monastery if the abbot has truly taken over. Perhaps they are in Provost now.
No, they were well respected, and I don't see them as being open about it. I'm sure they would play along.
At least have somebody an ally that is close, but not one that is in our safe place. We can at least keep that in mind. We did also help the gnomish community or halfling community there, right? They didn't really have any like fighters or anything like that.
You talking about in Arvis?
No, in Aaronsport, or not in Aaronsport, in Provost. There's the thing with the bag of beans. That guy. Did we help them out?
The Lincoln Halls?
Hey, Elaine,
Yeah.
it's just the Lincoln Halls.
I don't think they're going to be much help.
Andrew Lincoln Hall?
Yeah, Zook Lincoln Hall, right?
You never know.
I'm
Been
sure
6
I could
months, they might
also.
have gotten into shit.
Yeah, who knows? I could also probably recruit other tier paladins and clerics. Maybe not anybody nearly as high ranking as me, but
Well,
there might still
A few
be out there.
specialists are worth a great number of whatever conscripts the Vigilant have. Quality over quantity, I think.
And like you said, there are Vanadori refugees.
Good
Well, just as
legionnaires
long
that
as
can
we
still
don't
swing
go
a
in
sword.
blind.
Right. That is the main thing. We need to have as much information before we make any moves outside of Provost. So much of what we will say is academic until we see what the situation is.
And don't forget that that fellow Staub.
I wouldn't. Well,
I think
We
one
can-
goblin's enough.
we can try to pursue that, but I doubt he would like to work with the Cheese Right unless they have come to some sort of agreement.
Yes. Adney would say, yes, that was actually my fear, because I know that they would be very unlikely that they'd work together, so if we have reason to believe that the Cheese Right has taken the side of my mother, that would indicate that Staub might have joined the Vigilant. Doesn't make much sense unless they were paying quite well.
I find that hard to believe. I mean, it's just as likely that Staub would want to, show the true queen to outloyal the Cheese Right and prove that he's even more useful than the Cheese Right.
So they'll have a contest of being useful and nice.
Exactly.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
I doubt the Vigilant would be so willingly accepting of help from goblins.
That's
not
very
exactly-
true.
They're not exactly fans of elves. And if they cannot even get along with people who are more similar to them than they care to admit, then, well, I doubt you will find much help from goblins.
Adney would nod and sort of clear her throat and say, there's one thing that troubles me is that the Cheese Right always is looking, as far as I know, he's always looking for an angle. So if he's being loyal now, I wonder if the wind blew another way. If his help would blow away with it. But, someone to keep a close eye on.
All we need to do is convince him that this is in his best financial interest. Anything beyond that is placating to morals I do not believe the man possesses.
Because, a protracted siege or protracted civil war is not very good for business and trade, is it?
No, that's
Also a reminder that it's in his best physical well-being as well.
Ren, you do have a way with words.
let's
I have a way
not
with
go
fists,
straight to
too.
it.
Oh,
Let's
of
not go
course.
straight to threats.
As long as he's
Somehow that work
amenable.
for us.
As long as he's amenable, as he seems to have been.
I think most characters are amenable to not having their jaw broken. Isn't that true, Red?
Yeah, usually, but sometimes you'd be surprised.
Alliance through fear is one that is built on faulty ground.
Fear is the blade of war.
Yes, I rather agree that money and coin is what he loves. So if we keep that flowing through the city, he'll be grateful to whoever lets it flow.
I mean, we could always go back on the tried and true, religious taxes, that sort of thing.
Yes.
I imagine the Vigilant would be very keen on taking a portion of his profits wherever they can as a religious tithe.
Yes, that was something. Yes, that was in the Capfeather Chronicle. Was something of the forced tithing. Yes.
Nothing will give a rich person like him pause than the risk of losing any money.
I'm gonna say the word taxes. Stop it, Patrick! You're scaring him. All good things to keep in mind. See if we can make port. So, do we have like a good eye on the city now, or is it like just coming into view?
As we're doing that, Adney would say, actually, if you'll excuse me for a moment, I need to go freshen up. I can't arrive looking like a lost pauper. She would go below deck. And
enough.
yes, looking at the coast, you would actually. That's the wrong button.
And Ren would follow Edney down.
Oh, excellent. You would actually notice to the port side, it's a nautical term, there is a on the coast, which you have a good view of. There's actually a something of a village built up on the hills behind the beach. And Ren, you could take a closer look through your spyglass, or anyone with a good perception could take a look.
Ren's going downstairs with Adney,
Okay.
so I'll do the perception check.
Sure. Oh, Octavian, yes, you have the keen eyesight of a warrior. And you would actually recognize what looks like halfling architecture. You might actually recognize this particular settlement as it appears to have been built around a statue, which appears to be waving at the ship.
The statue, wait, what?
The statue is waving.
Is it like a normal size, like a halfling sized statue?
Yes.
I know who that is.
Of course you do.
That was good.
Oh, me too. I watched that episode. Like,
Did
right-
you? That's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, I was like, wait a
That-
minute, this sounds so
that was a-
familiar right now.
That was a wild like side adventure. Um,
That's what the boulette, wasn't it?
yeah.
Weird waving statue, and I was, and
Oh
it
my
was like a half.
god!
I was like,
I
wait a
forgot
minute.
about. Wasn't somebody who shall not be named still in our party then?
No,
No.
no. They were out by then. So I think they were out by the time we were getting to Provos, I think.
Hmm.
Or no, it was around the time with the Ankeg Queen fight.
Oh, that was in Haverhill.
Yeah, so it was like right around then.
Excellent. Yeah. So you would know at this point that Provost is only maybe an hour or so away from this point from this spot.
All right, excellent. But at looking at the statue that's waving, I'll just give a smirk.
It appears to be yelling something, but it's too far away. You can't hear it.
Yeah.
And next to this, on the hill, there are actually a couple of strange trees which appear to be overflowing with strange glowing fruit.
Yep.
Excellent.
They managed to cultivate it. Good job, guys.
Anything on the top deck before we check in with Adney and Ren?
I mean, I will be getting the horse ready, but otherwise, nothing. I don't think.
Cake, are you doing okay?
Okay.
Cake's probably vibing. Yeah, that's okay. Good. So Adney would head down to her bunk, and she's has sort of like a rucksack, with some of her things that she brought through the forest, and certainly she picked up a couple of things at the Darrigan Coven, and Ren is following her. Is that accurate?
Yep.
Great. Yeah. So she you would see her kind of going through her things.
How long's it been
Ah,
since you've seen her mother?
Ren.
Oh. Hello?
Well, yes. Hi, Cake.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I like just got back and I asked May if I missed anything, and it turns out you called on me and I wasn't here. So sorry. My
No.
microphone might not have picked me up when I said that I was going into my kitchen. So
Oh, no, I
sorry
didn't.
about that.
I was making sure that you were good. If you need anything.
Yes, I'm good. B doesn't have anything particularly to do at the moment, so
Sure.
you know.
I'm having a little bit of trouble actually with my World Anvil timeline. It's behaving strangely, but let me think for 2 seconds. She'd say I think it's been almost 8 months actually.
Do you think you're ready?
There's one thing that's bothering me is that I know she sent me away so that I couldn't be captured or used as a bargaining chip or anything like that, and she could focus. But I think that if we arrive together, I think that we have a chance to shift the balance, and put this to an end.
I think she sent you away to keep you safe while she was stuck. But she's not stuck anymore. And I think that it'd be good for her.
Yes, I agree. And I was wondering what you think. And she has some clothes. She has one of the dresses that she got from the coven, and then she also has something a little bit different with like some leather pants and boots and sort of like a scarlet blouse. And she says, "I think that the time for ceremony is quite over. I think that it's."
I don't think we need dresses anymore.
No, I rather agree. We've got a job to do. I think the first order of business, we need to find my mother and ensure that she's in control of the city and that she's all right.
Yes, I was wondering how you might do that. Although I do imagine once we land and our presence is known, that she would probably find a way to find us through that black veil. Safeguard probably knows who to find.
Well,
To talk to.
yes, I was just thinking that, our ship is, I believe the name is known, and Safeguard isn't exactly able to keep a low profile, so I have a feeling that our arrival will cause some stir.
Yes, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, being known in Ever Serene was bad, but I mean, I think we can expect to be known in Provos.
I think we need to find out if the abbot's really planning to confront the port, or if we still have a chance to perhaps take the fight to him.
There's no... I truly don't know. I would much rather just trying to do like a strike force at striking at the heart of the acolyte. Are we sure the abbot's alive? 'Cause I
Well-
thought the art of what archivist was in charge.
Well, what's from what I read in the chronicle in the bits that Alis told me that there's a new abbot.
Ah,
Just a puppet, because the true ruler, according to the church, is Tyr himself, which of course is nonsense.
Ren does a jerk off motion.
Ren, please.
Sorry, but
I mean, I will try to swear
Come on,
more.
we all know Safeguard would have done the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, either way, whatever it is, we'll handle it.
Are you wearing your new robes that you got from Erisarine?
Sure.
Excellent. Addie would actually, just want to look at the back and just sort of comment that they did a wonderful job on the embroidery of the symbol of the open eye.
It did. I'm glad to have these in one proper piece.
Yes. Did Safeguard... what else did Safeguard tell you?
They wanted me to join the Black Veil.
Hmm.
I'm not sure. I don't really know what that means specifically.
I am sorry about that. My mother had, as you know, I believe you were part of it, if only unofficially, the Order of the Vine. It was named because of the walk she would take with her contacts in the Cohen Red Vineyards in the hold. And they would take wine together and sign trade agreements and do different bits of diplomatic business in the vineyards. It was one of her favorite spots. But I think that changing it to the Black Veil just tells me that she's not done dealing with her grief.
Sounds it, yeah.
I personally, if you think of what we've been through, I haven't had much time to really grieve for my father, but it'll be time for that once this is done.
Hey, you were sent away before his funeral, weren't you?
Yes, it was not supposed to be for long. I never thought things would get this bad. And she's like folding up the dress and she's just kind of shoving it back in the bag and she's getting out the more battle-ready clothes, so to speak.
Oh, the time's coming to an end.
When this is over, Ren, what will you do? Head back to the Sword Coast?
I certainly have to. I have to see Jinpa again and prove to the Watchers that I wasn't the wrong choice.
She looks up at you and she holds your gaze for a minute. And she says, "What's he like, Jinpa? I can't imagine what your master would be like. Very powerful, I assume."
Very.
Is he very old?
He is very old. He's in his 80s at least. But you would never know it. He's fit and spry as I am.
Yes.
He's funnier than you would expect from such a calm and quiet man.
Really? He has a sense of humor. Didn't expect
He
that.
does. But he saved my life. And I owe him everything. And I hope my work here is enough to start paying him back.
We're very lucky that he sees value in my country. And I don't know that I don't know how my mother can repay him for this.
I don't know. I never got the story, but apparently they were good friends at some point.
I don't know if a man like him can be charmed, but if he could, I'm sure she got the job done.
Could be. I didn't really get to know your mother when I briefly spoke with her.
Well, hopefully you'll get the chance, possibly this evening.
I certainly hope so.
It's strange to think about, isn't it?
I've done all this for someone I haven't properly met.
Hmm. I have a question.
I may or may not have an answer.
Obviously, you came here under orders, but is it for honor, for glory? I mean, you're not paid in coin specifically, but is it for your the glory of your
No,
order?
no,
Or honor?
coin. It's not coin. Your mother asked Jinpa for help. He couldn't come. Though other watchers at the monastery, they didn't approve of my presence there. They didn't trust me because of my past. They thought I was a waste of time and effort. But Jinpa insisted, and he's in charge, so he gets to do what he wants. But they wanted me gone. So I think Jinpa sent me here partly to appease them, and perhaps also so I can prove them wrong.
And in return, you've found peace.
Oh, I'm far from peace.
Perhaps you will find it someday with the help of the order.
That's the goal.
Well, very well. We should get ready. I don't think you have much to pack, but I'm almost done here.
No, we should. And Ren will go.
You know, I'm reminded of something that Safeguard used to say. Safeguard used to tell me that peace only comes with duty's end, and duty does not end until death.
I think Safeguard is very dramatic.
They do have a way with words.
Yeah, that's about all I got.
Well, very well. I'll see you. I'll see you up top.
I'll nod and leave.
And after after a bit, you would see Adney rejoin on the top deck, and she's wearing like some brown sort of leathery pants. She's got tall riding boots on, and she's wearing this scarlet blouse, and she's tied her hair up into like a messy bun. She looks like she's all business. She's ready to go. And you would see the port of Provost on the horizon approaching. Justin, you there?
Yee.
I've lost all music.
Oh, it's going.
Okay.
Let me skip the song. Maybe the audio is just low.
Do you have anything that's a jaunty seaside playlist?
We were just on that.
Oh, okay, that's
but I
right.
skipped over to city. Well, let's see what we get to.
That's fine.
Hold on.
I really want B to make lobster rolls.
I need an oven. I gotta make bread somehow. Unless I don't think I have bread on
You
hand.
don't need an oven to make lobster roll. You just boil water.
Well, what about the bread?
Oh, you need to make like rolls.
Buy bread.
I mean, unless I guess I could just make the roll.
You
but
could go to the
that
boulangerie.
sounds
Let me
That
hit
sounds
leave
too easy.
real quick. Let me clear it.
I really want to hear the song from Pirates of the Caribbean that's like.
I mean, if you want to get VOD muted, sure.
Yeah, right. Even just me
So I
humming
just
it.
made a
Copy strike.
really stupid joke and I was on mute the whole time, so that's great.
Oh,
I
good.
was gonna be like, what's wrong with eating like raw dough for bread? Because like if you can eat like rotten egg sandwiches.
Well, you shouldn't
Nope.
eat raw eggs, first of all. Not
Well,
unless
like
you're.
no rotten, like
Oh.
rotten egg salad sandwiches. Yeah, that's what I meant to say, but like
No, you're on to
Lagging.
something with that.
just make raw lobster
Let me
with
go back to a different
just
one.
dough. Boom, done.
Oops. is it not playing anything?
Maybe kick it and rejoin it. That might do it.
I'm trying to, but it doesn't have a.
Oh.
It doesn't have a leave function like the.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because that's tied to a different one. Let me try doing the original one.
Okay. I can kick tempo. Would that do it?
Yeah, do that.
And you can just rejoin. Wait, no, I'm gonna kick it from the server. Would that mess up the bot?
No, don't kick it from the server. Just
Remove it from the
think you
channel.
can- Yeah, remove from.
Yeah, disconnect. There we go. Bing.
Yeah, disconnect it.
Good.
There we go. Let me try it again. Come on. Can nobody else hear it?
I have
I-
everything muted anyway.
Right, I know.
Yeah, I can't.
I mean,
I can't hear it. I usually
Yeah.
always can, but I can't hear it right now.
Yeah, this is weird.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right. Well, I'll keep fucking around with it. Just keep going. Just looking through the commands. Yeah, keep going. I'm gonna figure this out.
Okay. Excellent. Let me think for a minute. So as you are pulling in to the dock, as you're approaching the city of Provos, which you left on the Methalqua, some of you left on the Methalqua many months ago, things seem a little bit different. The docks, which were once full of throngs of sailors, are now mostly deserted. There's fencing along the docks and the esplanade. There appear to be, as you're pulling in on the hills, you can see checkpoints set up with small brick structures. Mortar having spilt down the front of some of these brick structures in several spots as if they were hastily constructed or subject to rain and the sea spray when they were trying to be built. There's guards in chain shirts and spiked leather. They appear to be marching along the hills and along the docks. They eye the Magric warily as it approaches.
There we go.
Music, Justin, thank you.
Yeah, it's not slash leave. It's slash stop.
Oh, okay. Like legit, like you. I know I thanked you before, but you taking care of that is just like one less thing I have to deal with. I
Yep.
appreciate it. Excellent. So, let me give me 1 second.
I have reaffixed my tablet, so I'm
Okay.
not
Ooh.
hiding anything. If anyone asks, I mean, I'll say I have no reason to hide from these people.
Well, so you took your cablet out?
Yeah, I put it back on
Okay.
because I had it off while we were in Aerosurgery.
Yeah.
I don't know, like exactly.
Against the vigilant, I don't give a fuck if they know who I am, because
Well, it's not vigilant here.
as far as we know,
Are you ready for something you haven't seen in a while?
the Provost map.
Woo!
Provost!
Welcome back.
Oh boy,
Boy.
just as big as I remember.
I was gonna
You
read you.
guys-
Go ahead, like I'm sorry.
You guys remember when I did that the thing every hexblade has to do at least once? Is
Which
try and sell somebody my weapon and then just fucking teleport back to me?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oof.
And then it failed. And then the guy gave me money anyway.
Oh.
Is this on the right layer? Yeah, it is. So yeah, so here's your big ship. Brilwyn is steering it into the docks area. right up next to one of the piers. And as you are pulling in, you would see 3 soldiers specifically beginning to approach as the crew starts securing one end of a hempen line to the ship. Ragram calls out, "Careful, lads, we don't want the whole line to fall into the harbor like what happened last time." And Brilwin kind of shoots him a look and he says, what could have happened? And there's a little bit of grumbling and a few laughs as the crew begins coiling the line into manageable yet long loops. And he says, "All right, lad, this is your moment." And one of the younger crew members hops off the boat. He stands on the ship, and Ragram says, "Take care to keep them from overlapping heavily." And Ragram helps this half-elf deckhand separate a little more than half of the line into his right hand, holding tightly onto the remaining portion in his left. "Keep control as you throw, laddie." And with that, Ragram jumps off the boat, landing with a heavy thud on the dock. And he waves to the deckhand. And the half-elf, who appears to have a sort of a scruffy shock of brown hair, eyes the dock and he tosses the line. He goes 1, 2, and he tosses the line directly to Ragram's outstretched arm. And from there, Ragram calls, "Well done!" and begins to wrap the line around a rusted bit on the dock. Which, as he tightens it, slowly adjusts the Magric into position just parallel with the pier. And from here, the ramp is swung round and adjusted, and Brilwin begins to descend. And she says, "Well, my friends, I've taken you safely to Provost. Where's my money?"
Who's saying this? Ragram?
Brilwin.
Oh, Brilwin. Oh, we have the...
Aralai is the owner.
"I'm just kidding with you." And she says, slaps you on the back, Octavian, and starts laughing.
We'll find a way to pay you back for everything you've done.
It's no problem. I know, based on what happens here in town, we'll just see how things go.
Right.
But we have enough coin for a few weeks.
Everything's secured and eyes vigilant. Alright. Just kind of looking at the city, everything looks normal, doesn't look like anything's like on fire or anything like that.
Not specifically, no. No, you do not see anything on fire.
Okay.
As you're noticing these 3 soldiers, so there's a soldier on horseback who's actually riding down the docks. The hooves of the beast are straining the wooden planks under the weight, as 2 other soldiers with spears try not to fall too far behind. They're sort of running alongside the left and right of the horse as they approach.
And they're very clearly like Provost Guard people.
Yes.
Okay.
What is a safeguard on the I assume on the deck with the winged terror?
Yeah.
Excellent. So yeah, eyeing the ship, noticing safeguard. There's a little bit of a buzz between the guards, and one of them says, "Then it's true. The Magric has returned." And the guard behind him says, "The Queen's spear has returned. It's safeguard."
I turned over to safeguard. Someone's popular.
Ugh, you get used to it.
Got a celebrity.
Mr. Potter. The man on horseback would say, "I'm Captain Tarandream, and these are my seconds." And a human with spiked leather clears his throat. "Flintbreaker." And the third looks from both of them and looks up to the party and says, "And I'm Doug Johnson."
Yeah!
Yeah!
Thank you for that.
The most terrifying of them all.
I give Kate credit for Doug Johnson. The second Flintbreaker shoots Doug a look, and Doug says, "What? I haven't picked my cool name yet. Stop."
I think you should stick with Doug.
Doug Johnson is good.
Captain Tarandream sighs and addresses you. Queen Aelswith has been awaiting your return. She's giving prayer at the Temple of Valkyr. I can send her notice of your return.
I'll find her on my own terms. Thank you, though.
Of course. Would the guards call safeguard anything, Captain, or
A cab.
Yeah, a cab.
call him a cab? That's great.
Uber.
An Uber XL, because they're so big.
Either safeguard or like the Queen's spear.
Yes. Okay. Excellent. Doug would say, safeguard. They've fortified the gates off Shattered Square. It's an impressive bit of work, that. And Terran Dream says, "Shut up, Doug."
Oh,
Thank you, Doug. But I don't care.
that is all, Doug.
But I'm glad you're passionate about something.
Yes. Did you guys like how I wrote 2 paragraphs about someone throwing a rope?
Nice to see you're putting the energy where it counts.
I know.
Oh, someone's doing the research.
I know. What's the Queen doing? I have no earthly idea. But that rope, boy, that got tied off.
Yeah, just like me?
Yeah.
Damn. Boy.
Wow.
Oh. Do the guardsmen
Was that joke too
linger?
kinky? Sorry.
That's great.
Do the guardsmen linger at all, or does it seem like they're heading off?
They're gonna go back to like like off the wood of the dock and sort of mill about. There's sort of talking to each other and sort of watching to see what she'll do. They're standing by in case you need any assistance.
Well, I say we get our VIP where they need to go.
Of course, but let me ask them a question actually. I'll like kind of walk up to them and like staring out at sea. How is the resistance?
Well, it's been going not too bad. We've been able to secure the port with some help from some dwarvish allies. We've been able to. The Queen was somehow able to broker an agreement. I don't know how she did it, but the port is largely safe. It's the road to the south leading to Haverhill that's the problem. We believe if an attack is to come, that it'll come from that direction. The last word we heard was that the Vigilant were occupying Haverhill, but we haven't been able to confirm that.
Well, hopefully we can get that confirmed or denied.
Doug would say, the problem is, Safeguard, that with the road to Haverhill rather compromised, it's been difficult to get food. We're getting some shipments in via sea, but the gold anvils are beginning to up the pressure on our supply lines.
I mean, that's quite unfortunate. But, we're in dire times.
A lot of mouths to feed in the port.
Yeah.
And only so much cheese.
Am I close enough to hear this conversation?
With your passive perception, I think so.
I'll just walk up. If you're having issues with food, have you consulted the community at Buck Pond Wharf? I assisted them some time ago, and they have grown some, something quite magical that is providing for them.
They give sort of each other a look, and Flintbreaker would say, the halflings along the coast?
Yes, just to the northwest.
All right. I'll look into it, Captain. And Captain Terran Dream gives him a nod. Thank you.
Let them know if they have any reservations. Let them know that. Well, hold on. Just Did I gave that community my name, right? Because they like paid me and stuff, right?
I think so, and I can't tell you how excited next week Elena's going to be if we do any kind of a journey to the Lincoln Halls. She's going to
Oh
love it.
boy.
She
I'll
loves
say,
the Lincoln
just
Halls.
ask for the Lincoln Halls and say that Octavian sends his regards. I'm certain they will give you at least the time of day then.
At this, Terran Dream puts 2 and 2 together, notices your capelet, and says, "That's right. You're the ones who killed the abbot."
We are a part of that, yes. But it does not matter so long as another one still holds that title.
There's no shortage of zealots.
And that's why we're here. But if the city is going to starve to death, then, well, any resistance is a moot point.
Doug looks up at you and says, "Tell us, Octavian, it's not really Tyr on the throne, is it?"
If it is, I think we would have bigger problems on our hands.
Most people know that it's a load of bollocks, but there's some that we just want to make sure that we're not gambling with our souls.
Trust me, if you haven't been smited on high from some bearded man in the sky for heresy, I think you're all right.
And they have sort of a nervous chuckle at that.
And your soul is for your whatever god you choose to decide. For me, the captain of the waves will decide my fate when I die.
The Queen has been taking prayer at the Temple of Valkyr, giving. She thinks it's good for the people to see her honoring the captain of the waves. So
That is smart, but we'll be with her shortly. Just have a few things to get squared away.
very well. If there's anything at all you need, we're at your service.
Thank you, Captain.
Happy to help. Shut up, Doug.
Give Doug some credit. Fortifying the gates is a good idea. As they're walking away. So anyways. So I say first order of business, get Adney to her mom. Like right now.
Yeah.
And maybe we can send Alis ahead back to her family. Maybe let them know, hey, you might need to break out the cots. Because I mean, if they're willing to board us for now, that would be nice.
Yes,
But at the
Alis.
very least, get her back to them.
Yeah, Alis would say yes. That's a good idea. I'll head home and I'll check in. And you're all free to come visit at any time, and I'll make sure that we have accommodations set up. I'm sure Father will be very happy to see you again, and you can meet his fiancée as well.
Time flies, huh?
Yes, she's set up something of a field hospital. She has skills in that area, helping tend to the wounded, and my father has used the situation, you could say to his credit, or his... Well, he's not a greedy man, but he's been able to expand the business a bit, purchasing some properties nearby. And he's using the extra
that's good.
room to tend to the wounded.
Well, doing good work. Let's give him our regards, and we'll likely be along shortly, at least by day's end.
She gives you something of a curtsy, and she's going to gather her pack and head off to the market district. Certainly she knows the way.
I would hope so. This is her city.
Yes.
All right. Is everybody good to go meet the queen?
Yeah.
Kind of. So we're going. I'll walk over to saloon if Mango's still there.
Saloon.
You were muted. There you go. I'll just kind of
I yelled.
saloon really quick and just say, I assume you've never met royalty before.
So okay, hang on. So I unmuted myself here, but then while I was unmuting myself here, I thought I was unmuting myself on my headset, and I wasn't. I was muting myself on my headset. So sorry.
You've got the
That's
inline.
okay.
Yeah.
Alright, anyways, so Lynn was like, no.
I have not had the pleasure of meeting her, but Ren assures me she is civil. But just be on your best behavior. She is grieving, and we are reuniting her with her daughter.
And when in doubt, just don't say anything.
I'm always in my best behavior.
I
I don't know. I don't know if you know the difference between good or bad behavior.
Had a
Women
mom for a
it's-
little bit.
yeah.
I learned some things.
Maybe try being a pirate, then you'll learn about bad behavior.
You'll learn fast.
You'll learn fast or die trying.
That wasn't supposed to be an insult, by the way.
Oh, I didn't take it as such.
And we're walking.
Excellent. 1 second while I sneeze.
Bless you.
Oh,
Cringe.
if only we thought ahead. B could have made some apple brown beaties for the queen.
We can save that for when we have the strategy meeting. We gotta cater to people, right? Like, all right, we got the war table over here. Snacks are over there. Help yourself. Can't strategize on an empty stomach.
Little crudité.
Yeah, some horse hoovers, as my great uncle would say.
Excellent. So as you are, so are you heading to the temple as they mentioned?
Yes.
So that's number 8. What should be used for a group token? Let's see. What do we have? Wing of Terror, maybe? How's that? That's a good one.
I think that's a good one. I agree.
Is that okay? Do you mind
I
if
like
I give?
the idea of. I like the idea of it being Rex.
We can drop them both down. Rex is small.
Wait, somebody,
Oh,
do Photoshop magic and put Rex on top of the Winged Terror.
Oh, wow.
that would be so cute.
That works. Yes.
Or
Well, now
Rex could go on the Winged Terror's
I don't know if-
head, and the Winged Terror could be like a unicorn, Loki. Because it'd be using like Rex's horn, because Rex is on top of it. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, like, all that horse is missing to be a unicorn is a horn.
Yeah.
It's made of metal. We could just weld it.
Yeah, exactly. And like, yo, it's metal and it already has wings.
Mhm.
Not like functional ones, but like it has wings.
It could be like a Pegasus unicorn.
Pegasus corn.
Pegacorn?
No, wait. A Pegasus corn. We all know it's an alicorn.
I was about to say, Ellis, don't you have daughters?
Yeah, that's why I know that.
I'm pretty sure you knew that before you had daughters.
And
D&D?
yeah, what's that?
Back to D&D.
Yes, I was about to launch into some lore that no one needed to know. Okay, so so that is number 8, which is the large building in Shattered Square. So you'd be making your way through the docks. I assume you're all kind of sticking close together.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Safeguard, are you mounted? Or are you walking next to the winged?
I'm walking to it.
Okay, great. So certainly you would notice there's already a bit of a buzz as word appears to be sort of spreading. People are whispering as you're walking through the docks. They've noticed the ship. A few people saw, the conversation at the docks, and there's already a bit of gossip ripping through the city slowly. But you certainly have the idea that by nightfall, your arrival will be common knowledge. And there's a little bit of there are some cheers for the first Spear of Hannon, right? And a few people very excited to see Safeguard back, asking questions about where you've all been, children running alongside you, things like that, as you make your way to Shattered Square. I will drag those tokens. Entering the large courtyard, you would actually find a strange sight. The square is just as bustling as ever. However, you can feel sort of a sense of tension looming in the area. The city overall seems a bit different now. More citizens carrying weapons. You'd see sandbags piled up at strategic points, different buildings boarded up or walled off a bit. And then you would see at the far end of the square, the Temple of Valkyr, which you might remember. I believe at least Ren's been inside. I'm not sure anyone else.
Probably only Ren.
Yeah, but you could certainly approach the temple. There are some guards outside it. There's some people milling about. But as you approach, the doors would be swung open as a small crowd would come out. It appears as though a sermon has just finished up, and there are some people coming out.
Is Adney dressed like incognito?
Not really. She is wearing, sort of, as I described before, sort of a eye-catching scarlet blouse. She has her hair up, so I mean, she's not drawing attention to herself, but.
We would definitely have her in the middle of the group, I think.
Yeah.
Just for safety.
Sure. You would be able to tell if you're paying any attention to her at all that she seems a little bit more nervous than you've seen her before. And
I'm gonna kind of give her a pat on the shoulder and a smile.
I've been.
Ren smiles?
Ren smiles all the time.
She would say, I've been running over this moment in my mind for months and months, and now that it's here, I rather don't know what to do.
Just know that nothing has to be said. Words won't matter.
And would everyone enter, or what is the plan?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to wait outside, they can.
Give me 30 seconds, if you would, please. So as the crowd, which was maybe 30 or so people, exits, begins to thin out, and the doors would swing shut, and the guards, you'd notice there's two outside. They would sort of remain at their post. And give me just 1 second. Okay, and I literally got this map together earlier. So you would drop your tokens on the bottom end, if you can see it. You'd notice that there are two doors, and as you enter, there is something of like a basin of water.
Why does my token look small? Why doesn't it have my fucking name?
Let's fix that after with Justin's help. Oh wait, I can do the name.
Before we continue, can I do something real fast?
Of course.
So as Saloon, could I Dadney and I'll be like, oh, be honest, if I had a chance to see my mom again, I'd run up and hug her. So you should do that as soon as you see her.
Adney would look over at Saloon. How tall is Saloon about?
She's 4'11".
4'11", yeah. So I think Adney just has a couple inches on you. So
Soul bean.
yeah, she would.
Yeah, she's tiny.
Yo, I just got called that and I died.
Oh no.
Bro, you're taller than I am.
Yo, Camille's taller than me though.
Is that right?
Yeah, Camille's like 3 inches taller than me.
No, I meant that you're taller than Justin.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I got
yo,
the short end of
Justin-
the stick on the genetics. Like my dad's
Oh.
about 5'8", our mom's like 5'2", 5'1". She's shrinking.
Oh my god, me
and
too.
Whereas Jess's dad is like 6'1" or something like that.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, I was 5'8".
Cool.
I'm 5'6" now, but bones literally shrunk.
Weird. Interesting.
Bone hurting juice.
So yeah, Adney would look at Saloon and say, "Thank you. I think that's good advice, and I'd like to talk about your mother later if you have time." She's just not sure if she's heard the story.
Fine. I think she was outside talking to Ren and them whenever Alis was talking to her about it. So
If you want, she'd say.
maybe. But I'm supposed to be on my best behavior, so I'm not really going to get into it right now.
Yes. And oh shoot, I just lost all my notes.
I'm properly Matt, by the way. I'm Saloon. I'm sure you already know that by now.
Are you talking to Adney?
I'm talking to Adney.
Yeah. She'd say, Ethelind, but you can call me Adney.
I'm pretty sure they bonded over trying to kill Ren.
Hey, listen, they didn't actually meet though.
There were some laughs.
Yeah.
There were some laughs. What a great idea to all attack Ren at once. That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
super smart.
We should do this more often. We should attack Ren more
Yes.
often.
Next time we need to burn through all his key points, and then he'll be defenseless.
Ren will just literally run across the ocean back to the Sword Coast.
He's
Burn
like,
through all of his
"Shit,
legendary
I'm
items."
out.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But inside the temple, you might remember that it was once a dingy place, with netting and lobster traps on the walls sort of piled up. But now the stained glass windows have been covered with some heavy shutters. The place has been rather cleaned up well, with most of the netting taken down and the floors cleaned. And there's
Oh man, what'd they do to this place?
some new carpeting.
Oh god, it's clean.
They've cleaned it up a bit.
Almost like they knew of their arrival.
Yes, and along the passage, you'd see a few people just sort of sitting in the chairs. They're praying. A few conspicuous, what looks like armored folk that you might not recognize, standing around. And at the far end of the hall, you would see Queen Elswith. She is kneeling, and then she would stand up and turn and look down the aisle at the party entering the room.
Can I ask, who is this hobo?
Which one?
I know we've seen him before.
He was a patron. His name is, I forget what his name was then, but I've named him Russ. And he was a patron, I believe, at a bar in Haverhill. So as the Vigilant came into Haverhill, perhaps he came northwest to escape them, taking refuge in the city. Spy. He's a spy. Blow him up. I gotta take a shit. Rick? Nobody? Okay. Great.
Bye here.
As the queen, everybody shut up. As the queen stands up and looks down the aisle, Elswith's eyes fall upon you. And they fall upon one person in particular as a mix of relief followed by anger flashes across her face, and she would take a few steps forward. Adney sort of walks away from the group for a moment, and she sort of stands at the end here. And she begins walking forward. And she would come about this far, and she'd say, "Daughter, your return jeopardizes everything." And Adney seems to shrink back for a moment, sort of digging her toe into the carpet, fortifying her will, and she says, "Mother, know this. Win or lose, I want to share the same fate as Provost. I'll not go into hiding abroad, a government in exile, as I know is your wish. We stand together. For Father." There's a little crack in her voice, and the queen stares her down for a moment. And as she blinks, you might notice a tear slip out of the queen's eye. It falls onto her gown, and she inhales sharply before rushing forward, and they rush forward together into an embrace. She inhales sharply before moving to embrace her daughter, and she says, I'm so glad you're all right. And Adney calls out, "Oh, mother!" And they hold the embrace for a moment. Aelswith quickly composes herself and says, "And who do I thank for your safe return?" She stands next to her.
That one. I point to Ren.
Ren just kind of like looks around awkwardly and just kind of like shrugs.
She'd
It was a
say,
group effort.
welcome back. You've been away quite a while.
It's good to properly meet.
And she would step forward, offering her hand in greeting.
Ren would return or shake your hand.
She'd say, "You're the one from the garden.
I am.
Jinpa's chosen. I owe you and your master a great deal. A debt that I don't think can ever be repaid."
Well, I think he already owed you a favor for something.
Well, that is the way of the world.
He was unable to come himself, and well, here I am. Doing my best.
You would notice that she's actually dressed a little bit differently than you remember. Her hair is down a little bit more wild. She is wearing a blue gown, but over it she's wearing sort of like a fox capelet, and she has sort of like a brown cloak. And she'd say, "As you can see, I've given up my mourning veil, as the time for grief has come to an end. We can heal this country, but first we must cut the rot from its heart to the core. I hate to admit it, but I'm rather through with God's, just for the moment, safeguard. But I must show some penance here for the good of the people. Many have forsaken Tyr, and instead asked the captain for guidance. But we must remind them that whatever it is that dwells in the keep, it is not the even-handed, but a fraudulent demon sent here to test our faith and resolve."
I hope you do not mean demon in the literal sense.
Who
I
knows? Whatever it is, though, it is unholy, unclean, and shall be purged.
And she would say, "Indeed, Safeguard, it's very good to see you again. Welcome home."
And I would, kneel down, showing my respect.
She would take your hand and she would sort of pull you back up and say, "Please rise, my chosen." What did you say? It was the...
My knight.
Yes,
I'm the queen's first knight.
first night. I almost said the chosen. I'm like, no, that's not... Nope.
Nope, that's the person you just talked to.
Yeah. Please rise, my first knight. I think the fate of the city is sealed with your return.
Glad to be that.
And she would say, "There's much to discuss, but I'll let the acting captain of my guard brief you, Safeguard, as your and your allies on the situation."
I would like to talk to them privately first.
Of course. She would walk back this way a little bit, and she'd gesture to a door over here.
Or where, sorry?
It's okay. Over here. Yeah, right. As Safeguard heads over, Elswith would...
Octavian, I asked for privacy, please.
Oh, I thought we were all going there. Okay,
No.
never mind. All right.
the queen... Go ahead.
No.
Oh, it's okay. I was going to say, as Safeguard heads over to the side door, Elswith would would hand you a piece of paper, Red.
Ren?
Yes.
Oh, What's it say?
On it is the symbol that Safeguard might have shown you of the Black Veil. And she would sort of lean in and say to Ren and Octavian, they meet this evening.
Cool.
We'll cut over to Safeguard.
Yes, mate.
As you approach the side door, 2 sentries open the door, leading into a makeshift audience chamber. There is a another door here. Actually, could you come into the next room?
Yeah.
Excellent. And you would see a dusky light from the evening sun is filtering in through sort of the dirty, salted windows. There's a few oil lanterns that are settled on hooks to illuminate the room as well, and you would notice the smell of inks, parchment, and dust clung like a cloud in the room. Standing over the table at the end of the room, which holds a map of Provost and the surrounding countryside, is a tall figure. Upon stepping a little bit closer, you would see flaming red hair and a tense face. You would see Elise Renaud. She has her hands on the map, and she's moving different pieces, and she seems rather troubled. Her hair's tied halfway back. It's flowing across a battered chest piece made of chain and leather. She has on leather gloves, belts, and boots, along with woven breeches, which complete sort of like a weathered look. She has a cutlass still at her side, and the evening sun catches on her tired eyes as she turns to look at you, causing the aquamarine color to glint. Safeguard, you'd notice fresh, thin scars marred on one cheek, though they don't diminish her natural beauty. At the sound of your footsteps, she turns and she stands up fully as her gaze meets you, and the barest hint of a smile tugs at her features. She says,
I would smile if I could.
Yes. I see the tide brought in more missing souls.
Never missing. Simply on a quest.
Welcome back, First Night.
Thank you.
She'd say, I assume that our queen has sent you here so that I can brief you on the situation?
Yeah.
Excellent. And she would bid you to come to the table she's looking at.
We'll do that.
I can just move you if you want. Okay. She'd say, we have several problems. Do you want me to just launch into it? Or,
yeah, hit me one by one.
Quickly, may I ask, has my sister returned?
Yeah, she's here.
Excellent. Father will be beyond pleased. First, and she points to some parchment, she says, I'm trying to organize the delivery of food to the people. We need someone to set up either a field kitchen or to make deliveries of grain and corn and the like. If you have anyone with you that knows how to cook, it would be a great boon.
No, too many of them.
The winter was hard, but we do have some stores left. However, being cut off from Haverhill is going to be a problem.
It won't be a problem for long.
She gives you a smile and she says, your reputation precedes you, Safeguard. She'd say, we also need intel from the road. Our last spies did not return. One Benjamin Ben Dabbler, as well as Blossom Silversheen, were sent to Haverhill to get intel. They were expected back 2 days ago. The Queen fears the worst.
Maybe they're not dead. But maybe they are. Who knows?
I'll tell you the truth. I fear if they're not dead because I've heard that some of the Vigilant, they have methods of extracting information.
I mean, there are methods of extracting information from the dead, so it's not like much changes.
It's true. And then she'd say, also, some of the Vanadori left months ago, but there's 50 or so left, and they're ready to fight, but they're not cooperating well with the Royal Army, and what's more, some of the town guard do need some training if the fight was to come to the streets, so we do need commanders as well.
Well, I think I know somebody. And there's always me.
You're something of a. Well, I don't believe what they're saying about Tyr. I know whoever that is in the hold is not Tyr. So I think that the real Tyr sent you back to us. And she sort of grabs your shoulder if you allow it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll allow that. Of course.
One more thing, she says, and she points to the map. She says, another group of scouts discovered the staging area, what looks like could be the beginnings of building some siege weapons. Frankly, I told the Queen I want to burn those areas to the ground, but did give me a straight answer, so I might just go do it anyway.
Maybe, but we also shouldn't be so quick to raise our own land. You know, think about it. We do have to live here after, you know, we stick every single heretic at the end of my lance.
She laughs and she touches the hilt of her cutlass and she says, "Just save a few for me, would you? I've had quite enough of them."
Maybe catch up with me.
So she would sort of give you the overview of the map and sort of explain a bit more and see if you had any questions or anything.
I don't really have any questions.
She would say, "Is my sister here, or has she headed home?"
I don't remember. Is she?
No, she went back to the house.
Yeah. No, she's heading home.
I'll try to see if I can get back there for dinner. I would like to speak with her.
Do you need a lift?
She sort of looks at you and she says, and she sort of taps her leg. She says, "I've developed a bit of a limp, but I can still make my own way."
I just meant because it'd be faster, I wanted to be polite.
If the Queen gives us leave, then please.
I mean, is there a meeting tonight, actually?
She would look about a little bit nervously, and she'd say, "Yes, I believe it's going to be at midnight. I can show you the location. The Queen has inducted me into the order.
Okay.
And I know that you're trustworthy, but we still should be careful."
Of course.
I know that your friend Mr. Candle should be back tonight.
Let's go. Yeah, let's do the silly voice.
Question: was there any word from your counterpart who went to Old Vanador, Sir Beto Matthias? Any word from him?
None at all.
Nothing to us either. And she sort of taps the map. She says, "Disappeared without a trace off the map." And Safeguard, you would remember that when you were sent to Altair, another well-known knight was sent to Old Vanador to search for intel and to look for Ethland.
Good.
Excellent. So yes, she would be happy to, you could grab the map or any of the papers if you wanted, and she'd be glad to follow you out, Safeguard.
Yeah. I mean, I'll grab the map and we can do that.
Great. May I cut to the others for a moment?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Octavian Bren Saloon, and I don't know if you're there, B, but anything with the Queen before we.
I would give her a bow. Your Grace, Octavian Calventius, a former praetor of Vanador. I've been traveling with Ren since very early on after your husband's funeral.
She nods and gives you a smile.
Just understand that I will do everything I can to make sure that this city, its people, yourself and your daughter will withstand whatever threat the Vigilant will throw at us. My expertise And my sword, my shield are at your disposal, just as much as safeguards.
She nods, and did you say that you shook her hand or did you take her hand? I forget. What'd you say?
I bowed.
Okay, good. Yeah, so she would give you a nod, and she would say, Octavian, I have heard much about you, actually.
I get that a lot.
Yes, it was you and Ren who killed the original abbot in Aaronsport.
We were a part of that. The one who struck the killing blow is with us,
Yes.
though I don't think she likes to take credit for it.
And I want to let you know that I don't know if you were what your relationship was, but the paladin Isenbird, his name is spoken in the streets now as Saint Isenbird. And there's even some joking about giving him a holy day for what he did for Hannah.
I think it is the least that he deserves. He may have gotten in bed with the wrong people as part of it, but in the end he did the right thing, and that is what counts.
And she says, are you telling me that Paladin Evangeline is alive and she's with you?
Yes.
Because of course the Queen would know the names.
Yes. She did not leave with us, so I would assume she is still back on our vessel.
She'd say, that is good news. This brings me some peace.
Yes.
I'll let you know that there was one who I believe you met, who I've heard reports has taken to the defense of the hold and is rather at the right hand of the vigilant there. The cleric Rosalind Levert. Do you know the name?
Yes, I remember her.
From what I've heard, she seems to have some vendetta against your party. So I would be wary.
Good. Perhaps it will make her fight harder than the rest of her companion did.
Elswith would chuckle and say, "Very good. These are
Who was the guy that I killed when we were passing through the hold the last time?
Gaffoy.
Yeah, Gaffoy.
That was a good fight, I think. I thought that was a decent
Fuck
fight.
that guy.
Yeah, that was a decent fight.
Anyways, that was good.
Yeah, and then you remember when Ren stole the horse?
Yeah. Hey!
I didn't do anything. It just disconnected me.
Hey, Cake.
You're good.
I'm back.
Excellent. Yeah.
I'll just ask. I have one more thing to ask the Queen.
Yeah.
Are these like her guards?
Yeah, she was about to introduce them.
Okay. Go right ahead. She can introduce them, and I'll ask her a question.
Oh yeah. She would just say, "If you'll allow me, these are my two of my most trusted guards, Pranara and Valden." And they would give you a bow to Octavian and Ren and the others.
I'd return a nod.
A nod as well.
If I might ask,
Lynn
Your
follows their
Grace.
lead.
Okay. If I might ask, Your Grace, who within the city can we count upon as allies? I do not wish to talk to the wrong people.
She'd say, "Certainly, there's one I know who will be overjoyed at your return. Do you remember the former consul from Vanador? I believe his name is Felix."
Yes, I am well acquainted with Felix.
Ah.
Good to know that he is still around.
Yes, he is attempting to lead a small force. I think there's 50 or 60 Vanadori left who are willing to fight. And don't tell my own people, but I'm more than well aware that 50 Vanadori is worth 100 of almost anyone else.
Well, I think between having your first knight and a well-respected praetor to ease the tensions, I'm certain we can get anybody to work together.
Of course, you remember many years ago, it was very customary as something of our status as part of the Empire to send our soldiers to have them serve with the Legion for a certain amount of time to receive training. And because the military training of the Empire was second to none. I can admit that easily, she'd say.
I intend to pass along whatever skills to whoever needs them for the time being. So aside from them, who else can we consider as an ally?
Yes, well, there is the town guard. Some did leave to defect, mostly because not because of any ill intent against me or the people here, but there are some who fear that they fear Tyr, and the Vigilant makes no. They don't mince words about what will happen to those who oppose Tyr. And it's
Blustered,
unfortunate.
as far as I am concerned.
It's unfortunate how
if a god truly sat on your husband's throne, we would have bigger problems on our hands.
Yes, indeed. There will be more specifics this evening.
Very well. And in the meantime, I will endeavor not to talk to many people.
Oh, yes. So the town guard who remains can be trusted, and there's also the matter of a friend of yours, Domgeet, the cheese right?
I roll my eyes.
Red kind of like snickers.
A man I wish to have words with, but beggars cannot be choosers when war is concerned.
Yes, he's rather discovered something of a patriotic streak inside himself that he hadn't found before. It's rather difficult to explain.
Do not take this the wrong way, Your Grace, but I think he is more interested in what he can take from your coin purse than anything else. As soon as a better deal comes along, we'll turn coat. We need to make sure that does not happen.
I am quite aware that the way to that his loyalty can be easily bought, and I just have to make sure that I remain the highest bidder.
Well, I think if there's one thing worse than working for the government, it's working for the church when business is concerned.
At least the government pays you a fair wage. The church generally expects most of the priests to, work for free.
I imagine the church would expect the Domgeet to pay them.
For the privilege.
Exactly.
Yes. A business strategy I am sure he is all too familiar with.
Yes. And of course, the goblins in the greens, they have sequestered themselves outside the city walls. Their motivations are difficult to discern, but they haven't harried us thus far.
Well, might behoove us to have them on our side if we are to go to war. We will certainly be leaving the city undefended. And the last thing you want is have goblins running amok, taking control of everything.
A friendly conversation can go a long way.
And I just have one final question. Who armed my daughter?
I
She
did.
armed herself.
I received.
That's right. We found her. She was armed in Aaronsport, right?
She has we're not planning on. And she looks to Ethelyn and she says, "You're not planning on joining a melee, are you, my dear?" And she just sort of looks, and then she looks to you and to Octavian and Ren, and she says, I've learned quite a bit, Mother. I can help." And she just sort of sighs, and she puts her hand on her shoulder, and she says, "I think it's best that you stay close to me."
Even if she doesn't, a strong appearance can go a long way.
I will agree with that, Ren. I just fear that if my daughter's blade is the deciding factor in this struggle, that things will have turned quite grim. And that's not against you, darling. And Adney kind of...
Give her too little credit. We have been harried by a great number of strange, powerful creatures. She's held her own. I can name a few. We found her at Aaronsport, and there was a hag coven underneath the city. And, she assisted us with dealing with their minions. She was quite good. And then there was the numerous fey creatures in the Farrowwood.
She raises an eyebrow, and she says, "You were all in the Farrowwood."
Unfortunately, yes. That is why it has been so long.
One step at a time, of the story at a time.
Yes, I think we have much to discuss.
I'm very certain you will have plenty of time to catch up with your daughter.
And yeah, she would say, I regret that there aren't any rooms here, but I trust you can find accommodations in the city, or...
We are on good terms with the Renauds. They are. I'm certain that they will at least give us a temporary room and board.
If nothing else, we still have the boat.
Very fair enough.
That's a great moment, Leg, I think, for maybe Safeguard and Elise would have approached it around this time.
I had one thing
Yes.
I wanted to ask the Queen.
Yes, of course.
So I know that this veil extends quite a ways. I was just wondering if I know we've been missing for 6 months, which is an issue of its own. Has word been sent to or come back from the Open Eye?
She would
Is
say,
Jinpa aware of anything that's been going on?
yes, Jinpa has Master Jinpa has asked after you, and I will be most pleased to report back that you're not only alive and well, but very close to completing your mission.
Good, thank you.
I will tell you that he did seem very concerned. I don't know if you must have been very close.
He is a very kind man.
I will have to find a way when this is over to travel back. I would love to see him in person once more.
You can worry about that once we have taken back your kingdom.
Yes, I have to admit, I am growing tired. This has been going on for a long time, and it brings me joy to see you again and to have my daughter at my side. But I am growing weary of this conflict.
The end is in sight, Your Grace. One way or another, we will make our stand, and we will see if it is faith and loyalty that wins the day.
And you will have my friendship and loyalty for the rest of your days if we can get this done. You already have it either way, but it would be nice to win.
It would be nice for that to extend into the more distant future, yes.
Yes. Like, may I drag you?
Yeah.
Okay, and with that, Elise and Safeguard would emerge, and you would probably notice that, they have some maps and some papers and things. And Ailsworth would say, Captain Renaud, I believe your friends may need some lodging. Do you think that Gerard has room? And Elise, would nod and say, Octavian, Ren, it's good to see you again.
Ren would kind of completely ignore the conversation that started and just with a smile, just walk up and do one of a forearm shake thing.
Yes.
With Elise.
Nice. And I think you heard me before, Ren, but yeah, you would notice that she looks similar to before, but she has some scars on her cheeks and her armor's very weathered. It looks like she's seen some things.
It's good to see you again, Elise.
Ren, I have so much to tell you. I don't even know where to begin.
I imagine you've probably been just as busy as we have.
She would look to the Queen and say, Your Grace, my sister has returned. I've updated Safeguard on the situation. Would I be able to take my leave for a few hours to reconcile our notes? And Ailsworth sort of walks up to her, takes her hand and says, Go see your sister. She says, Thank you, Your Grace. And she'd say, I have some catching up to do with my daughter, and I trust that I'll see you later tonight.
Of course.
And with that, probably a good place to pause, would you say?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
So,
Yeah.
Excellent.
Oh boy.
And I'm really excited because that's as far as I prepped. If you wanted to do anything else, it would have been totally ad lib, which is great. I'm ready for it. But that's as far as I got.
Ellis, I would like to cast Thornwhip on the queen.
Okay.
Oh no!
Yeah. Yeah. Roll
Campaign
it.
over.
Roll it.
No.
Assassin.
Oh boy. Uh,
Oof.
we're in the end game now, boys. Girls.
I don't know if what's that?
I just said, ugh.
I know. I don't know if I told you all, but I'm going to Paris for my new job.
What?
I know.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to be gone from roughly the 9th to the 17th or so. So, I was looking at the thing and, like, could we wrap this up in the next, what is it? 3 sessions? Maybe.
I'm not available the next, 2 weeks. 3 weeks almost, actually.
I'm sorry.
I'm not available next week. I'm available the week after that, and then the week after that. So the the 4th and the 21st.
Okay.
The 21st is fucking my
You don't need to make, tell us.
what's it called? No, I'm just like, I want to tell you guys, but like,
sure.
fucking, like I said to you, I've been up for 30 hours, dude. Like, I can't.
Yeah, let's get some rest.
Fuck, what is my girlfriend's grandmother's funeral is that day?
Oh no.
Oh, oof.
Yeah. And then the 4th is our anniversary.
Aw.
Yo, she can sit in on a session.
Okay, like this is the joke.
Yo, but Cobra, she's already done that. It's not anything special.
Like, are we cool? This is a joke.
Okay.
Okay, could people stop dying and hooking up on D&D night?
Zing.
Just kidding.
Or just
To be
do it
fair,
before, like what I did.
to be fair, the 4th was probably not a Friday when they.
No, I know
Yeah,
that.
it was a Thursday when I got together with her, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll just play it by ear, week to week. Obviously, Safeguard's pretty central, but I don't want to miss 3 weeks in a row. But
I mean, we won't miss 3 weeks in a row.
Okay.
You only gotta miss one.
Okay. I was gonna say, obviously, I'm gonna rethink it. I was gonna say I'm gonna be away on the what is it? I'm sorry, on the 11th. So I don't know if I can play that day, but I'll be back for the 18th. So I was hoping to wrap it up by the 4th, like wrap up the campaign on the 4th. But if we get a skip here and there, it's not a huge deal.
Worst case, we can play some party games or something. I don't know.
Yeah, like, I was thinking about it, and like I'm just gonna be in like a hotel on the 11th. I'm just gonna be 6 hours ahead, right? So
Yeah.
I want to play. I don't know what time I'm gonna be.
Yeah, it might be tough.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be probably jet lagged as fuck on the 18th, but we'll see how it goes. I'm sure I'll be able to tough it out.
So, before you wrap it up, could I say something to the queen? Please don't think I'm gonna say anything bad. Okay, guys.
No, sure.
Night
Leg.
Good night, like.
Leg, it was fun.
Night leg.
I'm sorry. Okay. So,
I
Ren
can't
and
like.
Octavian beat me to it.
I have literally no idea what you're gonna say. I'm excited.
Ren and Octavian beat me to it. So, anyways, okay.
Here, I just
So,
dropped it.
Selena looks to the queen. She's never met royalty, right? So she's like, she saw what they did, but she's like, that's fucking weird. Okay. So she's like, pardon me if I may. Annie and I just met a few days ago, maybe, but we did just work together against Ren and almost won. If things began to go wrong, I too would offer my hand in protecting her because I don't wish the same fate upon you both as mother and daughter.
Aw.
I held my breath that whole sentence. Oh my gosh.
Wow. Elswith would sort of look to Adney, who gives her sort of a nod and a smile, and she would exchange a quick glance with Octavian and Ren, and say, well then, so be it. And she would say, I will skip the knighting ceremony for now, but consider yourself part of the Queen's Guard.
I'm Saloon, by the way. All right, that's it.
I know we're done, but
I was kind of wondering if B was in the room. Like, what? I didn't know if you stayed outside.
Just standing behind Saloon, who's 4'11".
Yeah.
He's like fucking approaching 8 feet tall.
I know.
And just wide as shit.
Legit.
Well-
I ended because Leg was like, I gotta go. But I mean, you guys feel free to do what you need to do.
I was gonna say, if anything, B is just gonna be like, we'll look to the queen and say, "It's nice to meet you, my lady. I don't know much about this royalty stuff, but you dress real nice."
You would notice that she does have a sort of like a fox capelet on, a fox pelt around her neck.
All right, I take that last statement back.
Is that
Your hair's real nice.
a...
Does not dress very nice. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of that fox boa.
But out of fashion or because of the animal?
Because it's animals. I'd like to make the assumption, assume the best in people. Maybe she found it like dead outside from natural causes. Who knows?
Bunnies.
So like, but like, I mean, like in the Vera would be they have to hunt and stuff. I assume.
Technically, furbolgs don't hunt. We just kind of forage.
Huh.
If you know anything about like a lot of like reptiles that are omnivorous, they just kind of eat what's around. That's basically furbolgs too. They just if there's like a dead deer, they'll like eat it in rituals and like celebrations, but they don't go out of their way to kill things.
Interesting.
So they only take things that have like died naturally. Like their entire deal is like, don't kill anything.
Let nature take its course.
Yeah. They don't eat any roots. They don't like take plants out of the ground. They just kind of do like nuts, berries, fruits, leaves, hop off the grass,
They don't take anything out of the ground. They don't eat
rocks.
potatoes.
Wait, what?
They don't eat carrots.
Nope.
What?
Because carrots are the root.
Yeah.
Like the actual carrot itself is a root. Same thing with potatoes. Yes, Ellis.
No, I was gonna say on my Wednesdays, I'm playing a life cleric of Shantea who like grew up on a farm, and like she values the life of like a plant equal to that of a humanoid. She's like they're both valuable. You know what I mean? Like
Okay. Because here's the thing. That could go two ways. You could say that she values like plants as much as she values humans. Or she values humans as much as she values plants.
Which is
and
not
a lot
at all.
of people don't really value plants as much. So
Well, I still have my Eladrin paladin who's an anti-vegan. He reveres like his group. They revere plants entirely, so all their clothing is leather and silk. They don't like use like trees to build houses. They like someone eating a salad would horrify him.
That's great.
It reminds me, there's like this like either like YouTube sketch or it might have been like a TikTok that somebody posted on Reddit, and it was like if meat eaters acted like vegans. It's like that's exactly what that reminded me of.
Do you wanna Cake you there?
yeah, hi.
Like I'm just like debating because like Elswith would be super interested in like your friend Beatrice Galethaldry. And like she wants to hear like her whole story.
Really?
So what you're saying is we can keep playing just RP.
Elswith would say, Octavian, I see you're gesturing to B and Saloon. You're gathering allies for the cause.
More like, well, some would say picking up strays, but we have built up camaraderie very quickly.
Very, very well. I think our chances are increasing by the day, by the minute.
Oh, believe me, your chances increase tenfold as soon as we dock.
I have no doubt.
All right, I'm starting to fall asleep. So
Yeah,
I'm
for
gonna,
real.
I'm gonna
Aw.
see
Yeah.
y'all
I have
later.
to work 12 hours tomorrow.
Ooh, fun.
Wish me luck.
So
Good
I would-
luck.
Good luck.
Thanks, everybody.
Don't die.
Yeah, I want to say, so just,
Thank
I
you.
am pretty much completely prepped for reclamation now.
Ooh.
Yo, excellent.
Hold on.
I've
Hold
been
on.
writing a lot of lore about
That-
Drakford.
I was gonna say that's the Drakfort like quote one shot.
Yes, it's gonna be
Of course.
two sessions. But yes,
Sick.
I've written a lot for Drakford. But yeah, I'm pretty much prepped for reclamation. And I had thought that the 11th, that 1 week that we're off, I was kind of BSing around an idea of a one shot. I had kind of made the offer to Jess, but she didn't respond to it. But it would, like, if you're not going to be there, else I could do this like lead up thing.
Yeah. Yeah, in November. Well, because like I want to talk to Lake real quick just because I didn't write this down, but in terms of like 21st, 28th, 4th, I didn't get the dates.
I think the 21st and the 4th she's gone. The 28th she's here.
Okay. So I mean, I just what's everybody's opinion? I don't want to skip the 21st and the 4th.
The whole
But-
thing is that Safeguard is pretty important right now because they
Yeah.
basically have our objective sheet.
Well, that's true.
Um,
I don't
so-
want leg to missing, but I also don't want to miss 2 out of 3 weeks either. If we don't, I mean, if everybody's cool with it, if we don't lose momentum, it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm okay with skipping.